Welcome to everyone. My name is Andy Frere. I'm the president of the PUSD board. Seeing that all of our board members are present, I'd like to call this meeting to order. First item of business is our Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies, would you lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. The next item is approval of the agenda. Mr. Howard, do we have a change?
We do have a change in the rescheduling. For the sake of time, we're going to postpone the midterm update for Galileo. That presentation will take about an hour, so we're looking at about 3 hours of speakers, so we're going to ask the board to postpone that to another time.
Okay.
So you just have to approve as amended.
Okay.
I will consider approving the agenda as amended.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We also have to approve the minutes of our regular meeting of January 10th, 2023, and the minutes from the working meeting of January 27th, 2023 as presented. Has everybody had a chance to read those? And are there any changes or additions? Okay. Hearing none, can I get a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the regular study and voting session from January 10th, 2023, and the minutes from the working meeting on January 27th, 2023, as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the regular study and voting session meetings of January 10th, 2023, and the working meeting of January 27th, 2023, as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. The next item is a presentation from Orcutt Winslow on the visionary plan for the district. You have the podium.
That's what the crowd's here for, Scott.
Yes, right. Well, thank you, Joe, and President Frere, Governing Board, Administration. Before we dive in, I just want to do a quick round of introductions. I'm here with my team. I'm Scott Sawinski on the left, and then Michael Taylor, a local partner architect, and two of my staff, Olga and Bowden, are with me as well. And then just to take a little bit of time to let you know who we are. We're a firm in Phoenix. We're a national firm, but headquartered in Phoenix, and we focus only on education, live and breathe it every day, hand in hand with districts. And so this slide really, we bring this along on these presentations to let you know that we're in the classrooms. Some of us have teacher certifications. I'm an accredited learning environment planner, so above being an architect, we're constantly looking at the correlation between that and education. Oh, good to know. Thank you. Perfect. So is this better? Perfect. The agenda that I want to go through today is a little bit about what process we're going through and what the timeline of that looks like, as well as going back on research and the foundational elements that we've looked into as far as the due diligence that we've done. And then we have a visioning committee that has been put together to help us to go through this process. And so we've had some activities with that committee that we want to come back and report back to the board to showcase what we've been discussing and things of that nature. And then a little preview of what's next and on the horizon and where we're going to go from here. So the overview of the visioning process is kind of, it's in its simplest form, these 5 categories, starting at analysis and due diligence. We can talk a little bit about, but then to set a vision and a goal so that we kind of have that lighthouse and that beacon of what we're working towards. And then the thought process is to go and align the facilities within the district to those ends. And then after that, prioritizing, planning, campaigning, execution, all of that can come later, further down in the process. And our process is really focused on three things: transparency, collaboration, and then bringing a community to consensus. And so a lot of the things that we do, they're all focused on driving these 3 points to make sure that we can successfully accommodate these. So the master plan outline, there's a lot of stuff on this slide, so let me unpack it a little bit. Along the bottom, in those different colored squares, they represent the different bodies or entities that will come together to make decisions for the district. And so the community at large is at play there. The visioning committee, which has a little bit more hands-on, but is a representative body of that community at large. And then the cabinet or administration, and then the governing board. And along the timeline, from left to right, you can kind of see color-coded when those different entities are involved in that process. And so the "You Are Here" symbol right in between January 26th and February 16th, that's where we are now at this governing board meeting. The February 16th is the next visioning committee meeting that we will have with that committee moving forward. So we are currently working towards a November timeframe to be done with this process, but really the process dictates the end. And so we're looking at this more along the lines of making sure that, again, we come to that consensus first. So the graphic that's up on the screen now, we use this to metaphorically kind of show the example of two entities on the left side coming to alignment as you get further in the process to the right. And so the Prescott Unified School District Envisioning Committee, and then the community and stakeholders. We go through a process of meetings and then go out to community meetings to explain what it is that we're doing, gain feedback, bring that feedback back to that committee so that we can fold that into the future work that we're doing. So as we get further along the line past some of the topics that are mentioned on the top, we've discussed already some of the things that we'll go over in this presentation, the first few. The portrait of graduate, organizational concepts, things like that. And then as we get in there further, we'll get towards the end where the two groups start to align in the direction that we're heading.
Scott, can you move the microphone a little closer to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just so we're getting through to the overflow also.
There we go.
Thank you.
So highlighted on this, we'll dive right in. That's much better, I assume. Yeah. To the analysis and due diligence portion. And so first we looked at and had lengthy discussions with the district. We're well aware that the district already has a strategic plan, and whatever we're doing here needs to fold in within that. So I won't go into these specifically because they're not necessarily pertaining to the actual master plan process, besides that the master plan needs to serve this strategic plan. What we did spend a little bit more time in was the portrait of a graduate. And so this is a document that the district put together before we came on board. And this outlined the qualities of the learner that the district aspires to create. And so for us, we look at this as a to-do list. What can we do within the facilities to help us align the facilities to help the district achieve that end goal? So for us, this is a snapshot into what kind of, for lack of a better word, product that the district is trying to create, right? And so with that, we work to align the facilities with these qualities. And so along the way, we've done several tours with the cabinet to go and look around the state to figure out what the most prominent modern facilities are offering, what kind of opportunities the students are getting at those facilities, and what we might need to bring to Prescott to bring those opportunities here. In addition, we looked at the city and the vision there. And so, again, before we came, there's been a lot of discussion about the Granite Creek corridor and the corridor plan there. And then the big findings from that is to look at the next gen, the connection, the incentivizing of the redevelopment there, and the design and wayfinding of that area in downtown. So we bring this up because Mile High Middle School is really right in the heart of that, and so it's impacted by this development plan. So next we went into discussions with the committee about visioning and goals. In order to set the table for that, we brought our expertise and discussed some national and international trends about best practices in education. And so without going into each of these individually, the 6 categories, we went in depth to discuss how they might influence what a building might be or operations within that building moving forward. So for example, learner-centric design focuses on what makes life easiest for a student in the day of a student versus what makes it easy to run the school. So the difference there is focused on the experience of the learner. The other thing to mention is that the focus of education, we're seeing, it's not new necessarily, but that shift continues to happen, is that the focus of education, this is actually out of date already, that we're training our kids for careers that we do not know exist yet or don't exist yet. And so finding the qualities that a student needs to have when they enter the workforce or go to college, in order to achieve these, that's what's on our mind. So some resources continue to reinforce this, like Forbes magazine gives us the top 10 skills that they want to hire out of college. And so a lot of those things have to do with critical thinking and skills, not content. And then the other thing that we look at is pedagogy. And so if that's a new word, the way that I describe this is curriculum is what you teach and pedagogy is how you teach it. And so the top right, where it says traditional, I think we've all recognized that classroom before. There's students in rows and they're receiving the information from the teacher. What we're finding really is that is less and less important as most students can ask Siri, Google, and Alexa for that information. But once they have their information, what do they do with it? How do they analyze it? So the teacher is shifting less from content dissemination to content facilitation. And that is a pretty big thing to grapple with the difference of. So the other 3 classroom environments are focused on designing to create spaces that foster that kind of interaction within the day-to-day for the students. So what does that look like? It looks like maker spaces, state-of-the-art laboratories, collaboration areas, and activated circulation spines, as well as outdoor learning and integration of technology. I always bring it back, I always say, when's the last time you went to work and it looked like a classroom? So we're creating the environment so that it matches what they're going to go into that world and do. So the visioning committee, we started with big ideas at the beginning and figuring out and starting to define memorable goals for the process. So we used online polling, where you can see that the visioning committee is in the library at the high school. And on the right side, we asked the question, what new additional programs, resources, and educational experiences are needed to further improve the learner-centric design in PUSD? So a lot of these revolved those concepts that I mentioned, those 6 in the previous slide. And so a lot of the big ones that came out of that was flexible space, flexible furniture, cross-curricular, things of that nature. And so what that did help us do as we went through a series of questions to seek what it is that the community was hoping for, it allowed us to gather themes and combine those themes and prioritize those themes. And what that allowed us to do is translate those into 4 strong, memorable goals for the process. And so these are the memorable goals that have been approved to date. I won't get into all the subtext because that's quite a bit, but the caption of those pretty much tell the tale. So very important to the community is to remain uniquely Prescott. And student safety and wellness is always a priority. That remains second. And then 21st century academic delivery, as well as optimizing the utilization of district assets. And so we feel if we do those 3 things, then on the outset of this process, it will be a success. So moving forward into facilities alignment, once we were able to finalize what it is that we aspire to do, we looked at how we might accomplish that through what we have. So the district assets displayed here show basically all the, besides Discovery Gardens, that are used, unless that's up there, I guess it is, that are all currently used for instruction. The next chart or graph, I'll explain this and unpack this a little bit. So what we originally discussed with the district, the inception point or the reason why we were called, was that there were multiple levels of interest on Mile High's campus, and then there's a community member that was interested in donating land up in the Deep Well Ranch area. And so that spurred the discussion about the Mile High Middle School and Prescott High School. But what we found actually was that if we looked at the entire district, found a completely different issue necessarily in utilization or space. And so the consolidation that the district went through previously, the elementary schools are now in a pre-K to 4 model, and then the 5th grade and 6th grade go to Granite Mountain, and that school has a lot of capacity. And then they go to Mile High Middle, and for 7-8, that school has a little bit of capacity, and then Prescott High. So the capacity is not the issue at those schools, but we found that there are some needs as far as Abaya Judd, Lincoln, and Taylor Hicks. So what we did was we came up with a few ideas to start a conversation. It's always easier if you come up with 3 bad ideas to throw up and people can start to throw darts at them. So that's what we did. We came up with option A, B, C, just food for thought, and then we threw it out on the tables and then had a lively discussion with that committee to find out their reactions. And so we got a lot of raw data that we analyzed. They gave us the pros and cons, and we were really focusing on the pros. So of all of these options that we showed of how to utilize assets, what are the things that people really gravitated towards and liked? And could we bring those online in some fashion? The feedback that we got was that there was desire to have not as many transitions in between the campuses, that there were some concerns about pitfalls of selling off any further property if we ever gain an enrollment, and then focus on shame to lose that community feel, some of those kinds of highlights of information that we wanted to remain focused on. So the team went back to the board and came up with 6 additional options that are still wrong, and wanted to go through that same process with that same lens, and went through, well, actually, let me go back and explain what we're looking at. So the measles chart up here of dots, as you move from the left to the right, is how we could organize the district within grade configurations. So for example, option 6, the top left, would be 2 pre-K-8s that feed into one single 9-12 high school. All the way to option 1, which would use Abaya Judd, Taylor Hicks, and Lincoln as a PK3, and then transition 4-5 to Granite Mountain, 6-7-8 at potentially Prescott High School, and then a new high school out at the donated land for 9, 10, 11, and 12. So the activity was to analyze the merits of each of those from every angle we could. And after discussing with the district, there was a level of feedback that we got of things that we weren't necessarily in tune to, like transportation and things like that. And so with that, we were able to discount probably 3 of those options right away as not feasible. And from there, we started to look at those 3 remaining options. This is a site plan of Prescott High, and the square, large, yellow shape with the academic building label, that's what we really looked at. Okay, so depending upon those options, how many grades would fit in there? So this option, the side-by-side comparison, the color coding of the dots was grade levels, how many grades we would fit within the high school. So blue and gold were primarily just grade levels, standard classrooms. So if you had 4 classes of 6th grade, then they would be represented up there with 4 bubbles that say 6. And the other color is all of the areas that we were showcasing earlier in the presentation, the collaboration areas, the makerspace areas, the outdoor learning, the things that help with the other side of things. And so as you see, as you climb across to the right, option 1, because within that option only has 6, 7, 8, not 4 through 8 at Prescott High, you have the opportunity for a lot more of those quality spaces. So the breakout activity then was to look at those options and then start to balance those against, again, our memorable goals, that beacon at the end of what it is that we're aspiring for. And so the qualities on the right side with the polling show, for example, historical, cultural, student, and community experience, all the way down to optimizing district assets through grade configuration. And we were able to score those and see how the general sentiment about those options lays. So out of those 3 options, we still are not resolved. We've not landed on any option. This is an open dialogue with the community. This is really our first time coming back to the community to test this. We did have a meeting, I think it was last week or the week before, I forget, with the general community at Ruth Street Theater at the high school. And we gained a lot of feedback at that presentation. And that leads me to what's next, which is we are still reviewing and analyzing all of the feedback, all the questions. We intend to answer all those questions for the public. So if you gave us a question at that presentation, don't worry, you'll find your answer on the website. And then the next thing is that tandem with that effort, our visioning committee is going to go to the next step, which is to start to talk about if we did either renovate or replace any schools, what kind of qualities would we want those schools to have, and how would we organize those schools? Would we look at CTE partnerships with local businesses? How would we organize the whole thing, essentially? And so along the bottom, I just showcased a little bit of different ways. For example, a high school might be organized. You might have departmental, so you go over to this building and it's all science, whether you're in 9th grade or 12th grade, you go to the science building. Or you might have a learning community model where all of 9th grade stays in one building and science, English, math, all of those things remain in that one location. Or you go all the way to an academy or magnet and you find a focus where you're learning all of your curriculum through the lens of art or through the lens of technology, let's say. And so there's a wide variety of ways that the future of Prescott schools could be organized in. And so that's the beginning of the conversation that we'll be having with the committee moving forward. So that actually concludes the presentation as far as an update, but open forum as far as questions from the board about the process to date and the findings or anything.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any questions for Orcutt Winslow?
Hey, Scott. So just to reiterate, this is in the early stages of what we're doing here, and we're just investigating as far as we're concerned, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we have quite a bit of process left. I think the end goal is, again, without a roadmap of what consensus looks like, is to just stay the course and make sure that we're having those community discussions, find out where the community's at, and figure out how we can bring that forward.
Did you receive any sort of feedback from the meeting the other night?
Yes.
And
yeah,
how was that received?
Well, good and bad, right?
Yeah.
I think that some people had questions that potentially we weren't able to address right then and there,
Right.
but we're able to address those. The other thing is that the feedback that we got was a mixed bag. Some of it was concerns of things that may be relevant, and some of it was good feedback that we need to take back to the committee and resolve within the committee. So, for example, things that we weren't thinking about, like transportation necessarily, can be a big factor as far as that goes. And so some of those things are what we're still sifting through and distilling. So we're at the early stage of even grappling with what we've heard, I guess.
I would commend you on how you ran the meeting, because the way that you had the QR code up there and people were able to ask questions on the fly, and then you could kind of go through and disseminate or actually figure out which questions were redundant or not relevant or whatnot. It was very well done.
Well, and to that point, I guess that you made my point better than I did, is that at the meeting when we did ask those questions, it's kind of hard to get to all of them. And so I just wanted to reiterate that we are looking at all of them, and for that redundancy, we've already gone through and started to align and distill commonalities of those so that we can address them with the community.
Yeah, great.
And just to clarify further for folks who weren't there, we did answer questions right then and there, the ones that we could answer that we didn't have to look into with research. But I think a major point is that we're going to have lots of stops with the greater community to continue to get that feedback.
Any other questions?
When will we see you back again?
Hang on a second.
Okay. I didn't see that on the timeline.
I think the short answer is as often as we need to come to the board. But I think our next
There.
planned one was, looks like in April.
April.
So we will have several more visioning committee meetings to build enough to come back and report back out to you.
And the last question would be, as far as, is there any plan right now for a specific place that a new facility might be put? What do we have in mind? Or is this all just high-level idea of
Well, we
what
have.
we want?
Sure. We have been given a drawing from the James family up in Deepwell Ranch about
Okay.
approximately where that site would be that they are looking at donating for the high school. But there's no decision as to whether we'd even do that.
Right.
And so we're still looking at that and all the surrounding information around it.
Yeah. So there are many steps in between that spot and where we are right now. I mean,
Correct, yes.
A lot of things hinge on,
And they all need to fall in place, yeah.
right.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I just have one question. If the community or somebody who's not on the visioning committee has a question, is there a place that we can shoot it off to?
Those community meetings, for sure, will be frequent stops for anyone who's interested in this to come and get the details. But as always, administration can be emailed. If it's a
With
parent,
questions and things?
they can shoot through their principal like they do other things. And so, yeah, same typical process.
Yeah,
Okay.
the same good question was asked at the community meeting, and there's a link right at the bottom of our webpage. If you scroll to the bottom, contact us. You can contact us about anything. If you have an enrollment question, or do you have teacher positions coming up next year, or what's the
Or a
housing like in
visioning
Prescott, or
committee
tell us,
question.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So that's
Okay.
a good way to, multiple avenues to contact.
In addition, I just want to point out too, that every time we meet with the committee, we do a recap of that, because oftentimes I'll come in with a presentation, and then whatever feedback we get, and we'll package that up, and then it's posted on the website, so that if you aren't part of the committee, or you want to know what's happening on the committee, that is available, and we'll be doing the same thing for the community meetings. So as we continue to build that, you'll be able to see the entire thing, just clicking through all those links on the PDFs.
And we had a good turnout at the first community meeting, and we urge folks to spread the word. There's a newspaper article, and we share that with all of our parents and wherever we can. So the more folks that can come to those, the better. We want everybody's input. One of my favorite parts was at the end of the meeting, the 30-some committee members had a lanyard and a name tag on to identify them, so that we could have just casual conversation in the crowd about what that committee's talking about and what this whole piece is about. And that was a really nice piece and worked out really well. A lot of people stayed around. We did have cookies, so that might have helped. But
Yeah, a lot of people enjoyed cookies, and it was a really good forum for those that may have not gotten their questions answered in the auditorium to come out and ask us.
yeah.
So,
And I think the short answer is there will be multiple ways for we are seeking input, and
Yeah.
there will be multiple ways to do that, formal and informal.
Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
work. Our next item of business is information-only items. Mr. Howard, do you have anything in summary?
No report tonight?
Okay. Governing board members. Do we have any reports from the governing board members?
Yeah, I got a couple events that I went to over this last month. One was the PHS pep rally at the high school. First of all, our kids are awesome. I mean, they were pumped up. The amount of attention and respect for the classes and some rousing amongst the classes and the games that were played. It was really brought me back to high school days, but very, very impressive student body. They did recognize Dr. Taylor Hicks Jr., who, in lieu of flowers when he passed away, they donated $4,000 to the student council. So it was a great sign of respect for the student council to ask the family to be there. So it was a big honor. We went to the PHS girls soccer game. It was very, very cold, as well as the boys soccer game, and I'm glad to see that Phil Reed is back as the head coach there, doing a great job. So I'm sure we'll climb to glory again there. And then we watched the last girls basketball game. Fortunately lost by a couple of points, but I was so impressed mainly with the band that was there and the lone bugler that played the national anthem, almost flawless, but did an amazing job. And round of applause for him when he finished. And then the boys basketball win. I'm going to steal your glory, ladies, for their win over Bradshaw Mountain, which put the Badgers in a three-way tie for the region. So very awesome.
And this might be the right time to admit this, but I don't know. That basketball game, if anybody else went to that basketball game, I know Stan was there, I was overwhelmed, not just by the behavior of the Prescott High School students, but the behavior of the Bradshaw students as well. It was absolutely heartwarming to see that game, to see the enthusiasm from the entire crowd. I didn't hear any name calling. I didn't hear any booing. I heard clapping when Bradshaw scored a three-pointer, and it made me proud to be part of this whole establishment. It was amazing.
That was awesome.
Thank you. My report is that I've met with the principal of the high school, Mr. Adam Neely, as well as Molly Orr at the early college program, and our director of special education, Dr. Harris. So to get started on the liaison project, I also attended a basketball game and have been collaborating and working a little bit with the elementary principals as I can here and there. So getting started on those things, and I appreciate all the work that you all are doing. Thank you. Okay, student reps, do you have a report tonight?
Yes.
Okay, step up to a microphone, please.
Thank you.
Or if it's easier, girls, you could go to the podium.
So,
Yeah, would you rather use the podium?
We might get the best sound there.
This is
It's a lot of responsibility.
Okay. So to piggyback on the basketball, because the boys team this year especially is worth bragging about. The boys basketball will participate in the Open State Boys Basketball Tournament, which includes the team's 4A, 5A, and 6A divisions. And then a PHS senior, Landon Francis, recently signed on February 3rd to an Oklahoma school to play college football. And he signed in like the cafeteria area, and it was really cool. So congratulations to him. Spring sports tryouts for track and field, softball, baseball, tennis, and boys volleyball started this week. And athletes need to register and fill out their forms on the Final Forms website to participate.
Thank you. Yeah,
A
move
little bit
that
shorter. Various soccer and basketball games we have coming up. Soccer girls play state on Thursday, their first match. So it might be home or away. It's determined today. So I'll have more news on that later. PHS is planning a graduation night party on May 26th at the James Family Prescott YMCA. Grads can attend for free, and there will be games, performances, and food. Stuco held a denim drive from January 25th to tomorrow, February 8th, to gain donations to go to Teens Closet, which we had an amazing presentation on a month ago. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. And then it's time for seniors to order their cap and gowns, which can be done online through Prescott School's website, if any of you are interested. And scholarships, newsletters, and events are still occurring to help graduating students out. So thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Good job, ladies.
Any other reports? Stan?
Yeah, I'd be remiss if we did not talk about two of our longtime educators that we lost this last month. One, Mr. Haydorn, who taught my social studies as a junior, and Mr. Eddie Villaborgi. They died within a month of each other. They co-taught together around the 90s. But Eddie Villaborgi, if you didn't know Eddie, he was the voice of the Badgers for many, many years. He started the Hall of Fame, the Sports Hall of Fame, one of the founding members of that. He was inducted in the Circle of Excellence as teachers. He was a longtime tennis coach, and he was very, very involved with not only the history of Prescott, but the history of Prescott athletics. I'm sure there's archives in his house that we need to grab, and I told Coach White that if there is anything in his house, we can grab that, and we'll carry on his legacy. But obviously, Eddie Villaborgi did it right. He taught many, many people. He was my brother's student teacher, or my brother was his student teacher. Just a legacy, a truly, truly remarkable man. So if we could, he's not going to have any type of service. So I think this is probably the best service that we're going to have for Eddie Villaborgi. So if we give a round of applause for all his years.
Thank you, Stan. Okay, moving on. Our next item, action items. The first one is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move that we consider approving the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we will move on to our study and voting session. Our first item, item B1. How many speakers do we have, Sarah?
We have 59.
59 speakers for item B1, which is to consider the curriculum adoption for K-12 social studies. It's going to be 3 hours. Before we begin speaking, first of all, we're very grateful that so many people are showing interest in this public process, and we're interested in hearing from all of you. But we also are determined to maintain appropriate decorum. So please make sure that your comments are respectful and constructive. They're specific to the voting item that you've signed up to speak to. If a speaker strays off topic for too long, they'll be asked to conclude their remarks. Every person who is interested and has filled out a form will be allowed to speak, and they will all be treated with respect. Our board administrative assistant, Sarah Torres, will announce each speaker. She'll also announce the speaker on deck and then the speaker to follow, so that our attendees that are in the auxiliary overflow room will be able to be brought in to be ready to speak. As your turn, speakers will be called in the order that they requested to speak. So in the order that your forms were turned in. As your turn to speak approaches, please move to be near the podium, speak into the microphone, and ensure smooth transitions. If speakers are not ready when called, they may be moved back in the order. We plan to give every student the 3 minutes that they've been allotted. You do not have to take 3 minutes, but you can. If you're still speaking at the 3-minute mark, you'll be notified that your time is up and that your comments are finished. Brief, polite applause after a speaker is fine if you're inclined, but no shouting, neither positive nor negative, is allowed. No comments from the audience, neither positive nor negative, is allowed. While a person is at the podium, no other intentional noise from the audience during their comments. If public decorum is not maintained, we will recess the meeting until order can be restored. Board members, according to Arizona Revised Statutes 38-43101, are not allowed to comment on public speakers. Upon conclusion of the public call, board members may respond to any criticism that's been leveled. Personal attacks upon board members, staff, or others in attendance are not allowed. Please speak directly into the microphone so that everyone can hear you in the overflow room. Our time will be kept on the device up here. You'll get a green light when your time is started, a yellow light as you approach 30 seconds, and a red light when your time is expired. And I'll also interject at that point. Again, board members, according to Arizona revised statutes, we are not to respond during the public call. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay, let's begin.
Okay, our first three speakers, Jill Martin, Michelle Hamer, and Ruth Ashkenazi.
Okay, so I should start here?
Not ready. Hold on just a second.
It's only 2 minutes, so
It's
a
3.
little bit more time. Okay, hello, governing board members. My name is Jill Martin. I am a resident of Prescott, have a child in the district, and I am honored to be representing citizens and educators for excellence in Arizona education, along with almost 600 residents that have signed a petition urging you to vote against the TCI social studies curriculum. I have a question for each person listening to my voice right now. How are parents and the public to provide meaningful feedback to the district and governing board on a K-12 curriculum in a mere 60-day review period and have their concerns seriously considered? I'm here to tell everyone that it is nearly impossible because once the district has made its choice, any feedback or questions will be quickly dismissed, marginalized, and discounted, even though the district has been quoted as saying that it would take seriously any genuine evidence-based feedback. Because of this reality, our group endeavored to do something so monumental and never before attempted by producing an astute analysis to pave the way for meaningful dialogue with the district and governing board. Our group had one simple question: is the curriculum accurate and complete? For the record, TCI is neither accurate nor complete, and we prove this in our 150-page report and summary analysis detailed report. This curriculum is not only deeply flawed, but the process has been rushed, which I've come to understand is just the normal way decisions are made around here. The governing board members are expected to make very consequential decisions with limited information and limited time, thereby relegating them to almost solely relying on what the district's administrative staff provides them with. For TCI, the board was told 3 times that a new curriculum was being considered. They were given a 38-minute presentation along with limited notes. And here we are about to watch them make a decision, a huge decision for our children. In closing, I respectfully remind the board that each of you has been charged with the responsibility to provide oversight, not partnership, with the district superintendent and the administration. You are the public's representative. We are all counting on you to reject the district's recommendation of the TCI curriculum. Thank you very much.
Welcome. Thank you for having us. My name is Michelle Hamer, and I'm a 17-year resident of Prescott. In researching the PUSD's curriculum review process, I learned that the district's ELA, social studies, and now science review committees have not followed the open meeting law as required by law. Arizona Revised Statute 15721 requires that all meetings of committees and authorized for the purposes of textbook review and selection be open to the public as prescribed in Title 38. Title 38, it states, all meetings of any public body shall be public meetings, and all persons so desiring shall be permitted to attend and to listen to the deliberations and the proceedings. All public bodies shall provide for the taking of written minutes or recording of all of their meetings. A meeting is a gathering, whether it's in person, telephone, or email communications. PUSD's ELA, Social Studies, and now Science Curriculum Review Committees have not been open to the public. They have not published their minutes or their agendas, and they have not posted them to the district's websites in breach of the law. We have open meetings to protect the public, to avoid decision-making in secret, to accurately memorialize what happens in minutes, to have a better informed citizenry, and to build trust between the government and its citizens. I am submitting a copy of an argument that Liberty Elementary School District in Arizona made last year to the Attorney General, stating that their review committee is not subject to open meeting laws. Also, I have attached is the Attorney General's judgment, which says they are and found them in violation. Regardless of how the board views our criticism of the TCI curriculum, the law is the law, and these are not law-abiding adoption committees. And it's the board's sworn duty to make sure that they are. You have no choice but to vote no. You must reconvene and have a new social studies and science review committee, and TCI under law can now not be considered under that process. Thank you for your time.
Sarah, will you announce the next ones, please?
Sure. I have Don Grice, Jessica Ebel, and Joshua Broadbent.
Hello, Governing Board. Hello, everybody. I really appreciate everybody being here. This is what it's all about. This isn't easy, but here we are. We're all present, and we're all part of things. My name is Ruth Littman-Ashkenazi. I'm a Prescott resident. I reviewed TCI's third grade social studies curriculum, and here are my concerns. Number one, lessons really are a confusing dump of disjointed factoids that will overwhelm and confuse 8-year-olds. Here's one example of countless. Unit 1, Lesson 3, The History of the Midwest. In 22 very short paragraphs, we're talking 2-3 sentences, TCI references Native American tribes in the Midwest, Sacagawea and Lewis and Clark's expedition to the Pacific, Canada, fur trading, the Hudson Bay Company, King Charles II of England, Pierre La Vendée, sorry, can't pronounce it, monopolies, the Homestead Act, transportation, department stores, Theodore Roosevelt, the Rough Riders, Louis L'Amour, Ira Bell Thompson, Lawrence Welk, and others. This is the kind of info dump that the curriculum repeatedly foists upon third graders. Concern number 2, there are countless factual errors and misrepresentations. Here's one example as it relates to slavery. I quote the text, quote, by 1600, the practice of buying and selling people was common in much of the world. The Spanish and Portuguese enslaved Africans and brought them to Brazil, Cuba, and Puerto Rico as early as 1550, unquote. There is no mention of the sad truth. Slavery did not start, quote, as early as 1550, as TCI implies. Slavery began in ancient times and has been practiced by nearly all cultures, and yet TCI fails to make that point. Instead, the text continues by focusing on slavery as though the United States has a historical monopoly on this moral abomination. Concern number 3. While telling 8-year-olds to think critically about sources of information that they use for research papers, TCI also tells them that government websites are very reliable. I'll quote, websites that end with .gov are government websites are very reliable, unquote. Later on, this message is visually reinforced by a chart. This is not critical thinking. Please consider my concerns in the spirit of teamwork that is required to run a successful community. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Mr. Grice.
Name's Don Grice. Let me see if I can get my microphone adjusted here. After extensive review of the TCI curriculum and the substantial and detailed comments that were submitted under the public comment process, several themes emerged. Miseducation based on numerous omissions in the TCI curriculum will overwhelm teachers with correcting supplements and miseducate students and disappoint parents. It is recommended that the PUSD board not adopt this curriculum. There are numerous examples of omission. Let me just give you a few. In the U.S. history curriculum, the integrity, character, and leadership of key U.S. leaders is omitted. For example, George Washington, Lincoln, Booker T. Washington, and Eisenhower. Sacrifices made for freedom are omitted or de-emphasized. Accurate origins and events of the the Cold War are omitted. The promise of the progressive movement is included, but its consequences are omitted. The U.S. founding ideals are greatly misrepresented. In world history, the reason for the U.S. Revolution succeeding and others around the world failing is omitted. The causes and consequences of communists killing over 100 million of their own civilians in peacetime during the 20th century are omitted. Most countries' and tribes' involvement in slavery is omitted. In the government books, particularly for high school, the constitutional limits of the federal government are not well explained. The goal of productive citizenship and high character is omitted. Accurate presentation of the First, Third, and 10th Amendments in the form of the U.S. government is either omitted or falsely stated. In the economics curriculum, the case for economic freedom and private property and capitalism is omitted. The evaluation of the TCI curriculum process, that is the digital access, the teachability, the standard, and so on, is important. And I noticed that the administration has done a great job with that. However, the evaluation of curriculum content is of highest priority and found in this review process greatly lacking. Without accurate and complete content, no teaching process can succeed with a greatly flawed curriculum content. Throughout history, there have been many great processes, but when they're applied to a flawed content or foundation, it's not a good result. Please do not approve this process and include independent representatives. The TCI curriculum strategic content manager was a graduate of Berkeley University, which the PUSD administration recently said in the media was too left-wing. So I don't understand why we're considering this curriculum. Thousands of students' futures in your hand. The world will little note what we say here, but cannot forget what you do here. Thank you.
Sarah, who's next?
And the next three, Tiffany Hardy, Doug Ruland, and Kelly Cordes.
Ms. Ebel.
Hi, my name is Jessica Ebel, and I'm a teacher at Abaya Judd and a Lincoln parent. The TCI curriculum was best aligned with Arizona standards when compared with the 7 options I reviewed. Lessons have both digital and textbook components with videos and other features that make the content come alive. Rather than focusing on memorization of names and dates, the lessons are inquiry-based, which helps students to learn critical thinking skills. I appreciate the project approach as more engaging and meaningful than the simple process of reading text and filling out worksheets. I also reviewed the 150-page report. The writers of that document have cherry-picked complaints, taken ideas out of context, and failed to effectively evaluate the TCI curriculum. As I went item by item, each argument was easy to refute with evidence from the sample textbooks. This effort to overrule the Social Studies Committee is led by someone whose ideas were recently rejected by voters in the school board election and a homeschool advocate. I trust professional educators, certified teachers, and actual parents of PUSD students. If you could please raise your hand if you currently right now have a student in PUSD, I'd love to see.
Ms. Ebel.
Am I not allowed to address?
We're not going to address
I was
anyone
just
in the
curious
audience.
how many parents we had. I really appreciate their support as a teacher. I also reviewed the Hillsdale 1776 curriculum that was mentioned so many times in that 150-page report. There were many reasons to reject it, but I will focus on the main 3. 1, it does not even come close to aligning with the Arizona standards. It's not even complete. 2, there are no videos, pictures, the content's not relevant to early childhood social studies concepts, and it's not engaging for young learners. 3, it's not developmentally appropriate. For example, the reading level is way beyond what kids in K through 2 could possibly do. It's obviously not designed by education professionals. TCI has created a balanced, unbiased, well-written tool for the classroom. It has not provoked controversy in other districts. Community members who do not have children enrolled at PUSD and have zero experience in classrooms truly have no idea what they are talking about when it comes to education. Let's make sure their voices are heard and respected, but return to the voice of logic and reason when it comes to our curriculum. As a teacher and parent, I hope you will adopt TCI today.
Mr. Broadbent.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Broadbent. I was born and raised in Arizona, graduate of Arizona Public Schools, retired U.S. Navy sailor, proud husband of a Prescott Unified school teacher. Looks like most of those school teachers are in the overflow today because they couldn't get here a couple hours early because they were busy working. I'm here to speak on behalf of my 2 children who also attend Prescott Unified Schools, and I'm specifically here to talk about the 150-page critique of TCI. Which ultimately argues for a curriculum that does not meet the standards in accordance with Arizona law. And it is full of logical fallacies and other plot holes that have specifically been addressed, previously been addressed. The curriculum that they recommend is ideologically motivated. And when a group tries to force an ideology that is not in accordance with Arizona law, we, as Americans, stand up against that. That's what I stood against for 21 years in 2 wars, 4 continents, and every single time zone on planet Earth. And you better believe I'm going to stand up against that in my hometown of any trial to force an ideology onto our kids, because they deserve better. And our kids deserve to be able to ask the questions, why? Is there another side to the story? And how can I make my country better than the way I was born into it? In addition, this 150-page document is motivated by, unfortunately, fear and ignorance. And in that case, to the authors, I recommend volunteering in our classrooms, because that's the only way you can know what's going on inside the classroom. I know what's going on. These teachers know what's going on. And the teachers in the overflow, they know what's going on too. Our teachers are trying to teach our kids how to think for themselves. So please, adopt the TCI. Let our teachers teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witt. Ms. Hardy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tiffany Hardy. I am a proud parent. I have 2 children in the public education system here in Prescott. They're at Abaya Judd and Granite Mountain. I consider myself to be a real stakeholder in this decision and in PUSD. To be honest, I'm a bit disturbed to find politically motivated folks who are not real stakeholders in our public education system trying to dictate what my children learn. Although I was not part of the decision to propose TCI, I have faith in the process. It's a process that involves Arizona standards, it involves selection criteria, and it involves a committee of parents, educators, and administrators, champions of public education. These folks know what our children need. As a parent, I try to be close with my kids' teachers. And let me tell you, they are amazing. They care about my kids, they want them to succeed, and they're the hardest workers I've ever seen. This last decade's been tough on them. They don't need politically motivated outrage. They need our support. And that's what I love about TCI. It's what the teachers need, and it's what our kids need. I know because I've actually purchased the 5th grade social studies book and I've read it. It's engaging and fun. It has unbiased information. It fosters critical thinking. Plus, it recognizes the diversity of our population. Just a reminder, public schools are for everyone, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, and abilities. I want a curriculum that reflects that, and TCI does. I truly hope it's adopted. My kids deserve it.
Thank you. Mr. Ruland.
Good evening. Doug Rulin, former social science teacher, 40 years. My review of TCI U.S. history text, I questioned immediately the word mockery in reference to the Declaration of Independence, all men are created equal, when they were discussing the 3/5 compromise. The 3/5 compromise was about the urgency of forming a nation, not race. As Benjamin Franklin indicated very clearly, join or die. Secondly, TCI was discussing the Electoral College. They were promoting popular vote for president. Again, they failed to highlight the founders' compromise that continues to protect the flyover states today. There should have been embellishment there. Thirdly, TCI cites the Million Man March, thus Louis Farrakhan, anti-Semitic comments, racist comments, as an example of the First Amendment. That's true for freedom of speech. But I wondered why MLK's unifying I have a dream speech might perhaps have been a better and appropriate choice, especially today. My conclusion regarding TCI text is that an equality, freedom, liberty-loving instructor can work with this text. The opposite is also true. Given the state standards, a change-making activist could use this text. Ironically, the establishment today is really the revolution. Regardless of the decision, I would advise the board on 2 points. First, demand that the teachers and the principals complete the entire scope and sequence of the course, the entire course. The second, apologize for being a little wordy, but I think it's important. The second is reinforcement of that which has passed the permanence test of time. The phrasing of transcendental natural law must be reinforced throughout the course, almost done. God-given rights of life, the equal application of law, honoring the content of one's character, liberty, personal protection, the Bill of Rights, and happiness, whether it's entrepreneurship or property, should be visible and reconnected by and to the students throughout the course. The founders encased this in the principles of the Declaration and the Constitution.
Sorry, Mr.
Change
Ruland, your
is
time's
easily
expired.
embraced by the young, but if
Sorry, your
everything
time has expired.
changes, nothing is permanent and nothing is transcendent.
Sir, your
It's up
time's
to the
expired.
students
Next.
and move forward.
Mr. Cordes, you're up next.
And the next 3 speakers, Linda Gray, Larry Gray, and David Littman.
I'm going to shoot from the hip. Is that okay?
Whatever you want.
Ellie, you still have the right color of hair, by the way. I've been approached in the last couple months. I had the great privilege of meeting with you, Kelsey. I have served on 3 curriculum social studies committees before. It's not an easy task. I've also served on a state standards board from 2003 to 2006. Yes, it took 3 years to come up with those standards. And believe you me, there had to be a lot of compromising going on. There were things that I did not agree with coming out of those state standards committees. But it's compromise. And I will tell you that in United States history, the times when this country hasn't compromised is when we've gotten into the biggest problems. The thing that I think brings all this together, first of all, I'm real excited that everybody's interested in U.S. history and U.S. government. It kind of motivating me, Clark, to maybe want to get back into teaching. Mr. Tyler over here, I taught with for years. I have not gone through the TCI curriculum like some others have. I can shoot holes in any curriculum that I've ever seen. By the way, I did not teach with a textbook for over 30 years, and I taught U.S. history. And I brought in a lot of outside sources. Ellie was in my class just a couple of years ago. And so I'm reminded of a speech that some guy by the name of Lincoln made clear back in 1838 when he was a member of the Illinois legislature, and he was given a speech to a young men's organization in Springfield, Illinois, and he was concerned that they were not learning enough about the American Revolution. Now, that was 1838. And I'm also concerned about that as well. I think some of our divisiveness in this country is because there's a lack of knowledge of U.S. history. I also think there are many more positive things about American history than negative things. And I think one of the things that's going on...
Curtis, your time is up. I'm sorry.
My time is up already.
Thank you.
Some of my students should have wished for that, right? So anyway, more power to you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Gray.
Good evening, board members and superintendent, and our many guests that are here tonight. My name is Linda Gray, and I was a former member of the Arizona Character Education Foundation, and also Washington Elementary School Board, 16 years in the Arizona House and in the Senate. And the first time I walked into the gym here, I was so excited because I saw the 6 pillars of character education there, and I thought, yes, Prescott Unified supports character education. The 6 pillars, so important: trustworthiness, respect, responsibility, fairness, caring, and citizenship. Trustworthiness, to be honest, have integrity, stand by your values. Responsibility, consider the consequences. Be accountable for your words and actions and attitudes for everyone. Citizenship, make choices and protect the safety and the rights of others. The district rubric states there is, quote, little or no controversy in sources or biased language, yet there are hundreds of examples that contradicts that statement. For an example here, TCI states, quote, the legitimacy of a government stems from an unwritten contract between the ruler and the ruled. Unwritten? You're talking about our Declaration? 1776 and the Constitution in 1787, the Declaration says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, followed by that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Consent of the governed is referring to the voters, those that was referred into here as those being ruled over, the voters. Abraham Lincoln said, if you want to test a man's character, give him power. Y'all are sitting in a power seat tonight and how to vote on this. The truth is that there are way too many errors and distortions of our nation's history in the proposed TCI curriculum. Does this board want to be on record for adopting a curriculum of misinformation? Please do not let the character education pillars of trustworthiness, responsibility, and citizenship crumble tonight. Please vote no on the TCI proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Gray.
Hello, my name is Larry Gray, resident of Prescott, speaking on my own behalf and not for any organization. The Citizens and Educators for Excellence in the Arizona Education has completed a detailed review of the CTI curriculum, showing how it does not properly represent the founding of our nation, and in fact, teaches our children our nation is no better than other forms of government like socialism, thereby normalizing and influencing socialism.
No, please speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Teaching that our nation is no better than other forms of government like socialism, therefore normalizing and influencing socialist policies in a positive manner to our children. On February 2nd, an article in The Hill stated, U.S. House of Representatives approved a resolution denouncing socialism in a bipartisan vote. The resolution overwhelmingly cleared the chamber in a 328 to 86 to 14 vote. The resolution says, socialist ideology necessitates a concentration of power that has time and time again collapsed into communist regimes, totalitarian rule, and brutal dictatorships. It argues that many of our greatest crimes in history were committed by socialist ideologues. It continues, Congress denounces socialism in all its forms and opposes the implementation of socialist policies in the United States of America. We are a constitutional republic, and our congressional representatives, like our congressional representatives, the board should represent the people of Prescott and not a plan from CTI. Do not vote for this proposed curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Littman.
And our next three speakers, David Siegel, Tamaya DeVries, and Chad DeVries. DeVries, excuse me.
Are we ready?
Greeting, folks, and thank you. I'm David Littman, a resident of Prescott. 40 years career in economics, retiring as chief economist for Michigan's largest bank. Served 5 years as school board treasurer for one of Michigan's most successful public school districts. I've reviewed in full the TCI high school economics curriculum. It's seriously flawed in several ways. First, explanations of fundamental economic principles should appear early in the syllabus. Yet a basic concept such as supply and demand is not defined until page 74. Second, various quotations from leading economists are incomplete and misleading, including quotes from Adam Smith, Maynard Keynes, and Friedrich Hayek. Statistics on American versus, these are examples, Chinese pollution mitigating efforts and results are quantitatively incorrect. Third, instead of focusing on pivotal economic laws and principles, the writers resort to headlines and quotes from the popular press that lacks accuracy and informed rebuttal. Fourth, there are many egregious omissions. Here are a couple examples. No discussion of the need to protect lives and property rights of citizens and workers, even though this is essential for sustaining a durable, flexible, adaptable growth economy. Also excluded is the absolute requirement of a moral, politically impartial judicial system, without which no economy can remain stable and endure. Thus, I cannot recommend our district's purchase of this curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. DeVries? Sorry. Who's next, Sarah?
Am I audible?
Is this David Siegel?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, not a problem, not a problem. Before I get into what I would like to present, I hope everybody here will join me in saying thank you to that young man who provided service to our great country. I want to thank him. I don't see him here, but if he's listening, I want him to know that we do appreciate his service and his sacrifices. So I've listened very, very carefully to the things that have been said, and I have some grave concerns. It's interesting that everybody who's come up here to speak against TCI has never once used the word ideology. The concern has been about the curriculum, and there's only been 2, maybe 3 people who have used the word ideology. Now we know where their heads are, okay? One of the young ladies that spoke earlier was talking about, I'll use my words, not hers, was talking about public schools being open, being welcoming, that it's a forum for everybody, children, parents, community. Is this board aware that TCI has an acknowledged history of anti-Semitism and being anti-Israeli? I'd like to see a show of hands if any of you have done that research to find out about the history of TCI. I didn't think so. More importantly, as a person of Jewish faith, I find that to be absolutely appalling. I've lived with anti-Semitism. I know the hatred that is fomented through it. But more importantly, when people talk about diversity and inclusion, I don't think segregation and putting people into the realm of oppressed versus oppressor is inclusion. It is indoctrination. Let us make no question about that. And indoctrination is brainwashing, plain and simple. Now, I'm not standing here with the expectations that anybody is going to change their vote. We all know, and we've seen the process time after time after time, that you've already made your decisions. I hope that maybe 1 or 2 or 3 of you might change your decision, because the problem with TCI, which has been expressed on several occasions, is that it is woefully deficient, inaccurate, and does not have proper fact or content in historical value. It falls very, very short of talking about the greatness of our country and demonizes those who came before us. Thank you.
Ms. DeVries.
Is this okay? Can you hear me? Hi, my name is Tamaya DeVries, and I have 4 teenage daughters attending Prescott High. I had the chance to review the curriculum being introduced to our children, and I was actually appalled. TCI, the authors of this curriculum, are woke, and they're trying to rewrite history and indoctrinate the children according to their own personal opinions, omitting important information and distorting facts. This same organization is in charge of the social studies curriculum in California. Do we really want to follow in their footsteps? One of the teachers who supports the TCI curriculum moonlights as a drag queen. That should tell you everything you need to know. I came here from Hungary in 1982, which was a communist country at the time. I was 13 years old. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes how the Communist Party tries to rewrite history, indoctrinate children with their ideologies, and oppress the people in my country. They start them young for a reason, and they do it subtly. When my family and I came to America, I gobbled up the history books, and I was in awe of this great nation and the Constitution, which the Founding Fathers ever so carefully and eloquently penned for our benefit and rights. I asked the school board committee to suspend voting on this contentious curriculum and allow all the parents to be able to review the other textbooks and see if any of those textbooks offer more accuracies and factual information than TCI. Let's give it another year if we have to, but we must ensure that everyone is on board with the curriculum that will be around for 20 years. You represent and work for us. Therefore, if any of the school board members support or approve this curriculum, which is riddled with false information, misinterpretation, forms of CRT, and supports the socialist communist agenda, you're not only rewriting history, but you're not fit to serve on the Prescott School Board. Thank you.
I'm going to remind the audience that personal attacks are not permitted. Mr. DeVries.
My name is Chad DeVries. I'm a resident of the school district and a father also of 4 daughters. Not 8, we have 4, so, who are students at the Prescott School District. After reviewing some of the TCI curriculum and comment material provided to the public, I'm very concerned about this curriculum. The curriculum omissions, distortions, and false statements will lead to miseducation of my daughters. This will greatly disappoint me as a parent and motivate me to remove my daughters from this school system. The items of my concern are numerous. Here are 2 examples of many. The TCI U.S. government text refers to the U.S. form of government as a presidential democracy, similar to some Latin American countries and Indonesia. My understanding of the Constitution, similar to some Latin American countries and my understanding of the Constitution is that we have a constitutional republic. Direct democracy was purposely avoided by our founding fathers, and a check and balance system was put into place. Voters elect representatives to check and balance what is put in place. Voters elect representatives to Congress who pass laws. Voters also elect representatives to the Electoral College. The Electoral College who elect the president. We have a unique and very special form of government in this country. And I would like my daughters to appreciate and be educated as to the fact. The TCI World History text minimizes or omits egregious acts of the various communist regimes in the 20th century. For example, the communist Soviet Union forcibly starved 7 million of its own citizens in peacetime in the Ukraine area. This is omitted from the curriculum. If my daughters understand this fact and why Stalin chose the Ukraine to do this atrocity, they may better be able to make sense of the current conflict happening now. The total number of atrocities committed by the communist countries against their own citizens, such as Soviet Union, China, North Korea, Cambodia, Venezuela, Cuba, etc., in the 20th century was over 100 million. My daughters need to know this to understand the horrors of communism. In summary, the TCI curriculum adoption will lead to miseducation of my daughters and thousands of other students during the term of the curriculum. Please do not adopt this curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, next.
Whitney Williams, Brittany Baird, and Stephanie Voss.
Ms. Williams.
Hello, board. Thank you so much for having us all here to express our thoughts on the curriculum. My name is Whitney Williams, and I'm president of PEA and also was on the committee to adopt social studies curriculum. I was talking to Linda earlier, and Linda was just surprised at how divided we are. And I hear that sentiment, and I can recognize substantial ways that reinforce the divide that I'm seeing here today. Michelle, you said you would send me the report, and you did not. I wasn't able to give.
We don't address anybody in the audience.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize for doing that. In addition to that, there's multiple times where collaboration and conversation could have happened in that committee, and the people who are saying things now didn't say things then. And I was there in that room collaborating with every single teacher and parent and community member with lively, respectful conversation. And we need to respect that. That is what happened for months and multiple meetings and hours of my time. We devoted to making sure we were selecting the correct curriculum for our students. And yes, no curriculum is perfect, and none of them were. But we picked the one that, as a collective, we all thought could serve the needs of this population. So I support adopting TCI. It's important as a board to prioritize the collaboration that happened over many hours and many times with wonderful people who are professionals in whatever role they played in that committee. Thank you so much for your time, and have a nice day, evening.
Ms. Baird.
I'd like to thank the board and administration for letting me speak tonight. My name is Brittany Baird. I am a mother to 3 children attending PUSD schools from preschool to middle school. I've been a speech therapist in the public schools for 18 years. I'm currently a speech therapist for PUSD. I grew up in Prescott and attended PUSD schools from 5th to 12th grades. I fondly remember my history teachers, some of which include Mrs. Wells, Mrs. Dykeman, Mr. Frank, and Mrs. Bunch. My husband is also from Prescott and attended PUSD schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. I'd say we have some pretty significant background in the character, morale, and educational influence of our schools. In talking with friends, colleagues, and other PUSD parents, the overwhelming consensus is that we are in support of the TCI curriculum presented to the board by the Social Studies Committee. We are community members, educators, professionals, and parents of children who go to these district schools, many of which are not able to be here tonight because they are busy doing the very important work of preparing dinners, taking kids to practices, doing homework, and all the other things we do on a daily basis. We are the majority. And we stand with our district leaders on the social studies curriculum that they've chosen. The opposition represented tonight is the loud minority. History is pretty simple. It states the facts. By not telling the entire story, the whole truth is not able to be revealed. When we know better, we do better. When we know better, we do better. These are freeing words for anyone who has ever made a mistake. There are many mistakes in history that are imperative to learn in order for those to not be repeated. It's like what I tell my kids. Nobody's perfect. We are all imperfect, and in order to grow and learn, we must acknowledge when we've gotten it wrong. It doesn't mean it fundamentally changes who we are. We are realizing ourselves more wholly. History is full of many lessons, both wonderful and difficult to hear and acknowledge. We must know the entirety of it. To omit anything at the discretion of a subjective narrative is denying true freedom and is entirely unpatriotic. I love my country, which is why I'm so invested in the day-to-day of educating kids in our community. They are our future. And in order to be better, they need to know better.
Sorry, your time's expired.
Thank you.
Who are the next 3?
Carrie Vickerman, Chris Jones, and Natalie Amadio.
Ms. Voss, you're up next.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Voss. When I was a newspaper reporter in Washington, D.C. in the 80s, they assigned me to cover the school board, and I knew I was being punished. So you know it's important if I'm here today. I am a resident of Prescott. I have no kids in the school, but I'm interested not only as a taxpayer, but a stakeholder, because I am a citizen of this country, and I count on a well-educated citizenry to continue to grow our great democracy and to lead us forward. I've had a chance to look at the proposed TCI curriculum, and like any structured curriculum, it has flaws. The language for teachers has some educational jargon. The games seem a little dorky, but the general approach gives our young people an overview of the history, beliefs, and stories of humanity, and it seems both well-intentioned and mostly well-executed. The inclusion of so many original source materials in particular is really valuable. You can look at directly the state constitutions, the United States Constitution, the Pledge of Allegiance, including the words "under God," by the way, which weren't always there. This kind of questioning also that it promotes is two kinds of questioning, one about the meanings of what's happening and one about the process. This kind of critical thinking is essential for kids who are growing up today when they're inundated by information or stories anyway, whether they're factual or not, from all directions. Please support the choice of the people who know and care about education, the teachers, the members of this committee, the Social Studies Curriculum Committee, and the people who are speaking to you here today. I understand that there are people here who are suggesting a different curriculum based on faith. You can recognize them because they're the ones criticizing the TCI course as being woke. The opposite of woke is asleep. Let's choose the curriculum that allows our students to grow and learn, the one that our committee has recommended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Vickerman.
Hi, everyone. Fun, engaging, colorful, unbiased, inspired, easy to use, critical thought producing, fresh, cooperative, and meaningful. These are just some of the words used to describe TCI from my colleagues in the social studies curriculum. It's the right choice. My name is Carrie Vickerman, and I am employed here by PUSD. I'm an instructional coach in the elementary level. I have 23 years of experience in education, and I'm not only a teacher, but I am a parent of 2 kids in this district, one in the elementary level and one in middle school. And I'm Badger alumni. I was proud to be part of the Social Studies Adoption Committee this year. Just sitting in that room alone, there are hundreds of years of experience in teaching social studies. We spent many hours, most of it on our own time, looking at possible curriculum choices for our students. There were many programs, and we took them all seriously. It was awesome when, as a committee, we unanimously agreed upon a social studies curriculum to be proposed K through 12. I have been a part of curriculum committees in the past that was not the case. I think you should trust in the members of this committee in their recommendation for you tonight. But I'm also speaking in response to the summary and curriculum analysis that was prepared by citizens and educators for excellence in Arizona education. After the public's response to this curriculum, I read the comments and the 150-page report that was written, and I can say a few things about this. Number one, as educators in public schools, we have to follow the Arizona state standards. Most of the comments in the report assume that we can just teach whatever we want, whenever we want, and that's just not the case. Bottom line is we have to find a curriculum that meets these standards. Number two, many of the comments from these reports were taken out of context. For example, I reviewed the kindergarten comments specifically, and a comment was made that the text was using many examples and traditions from around the world, and it didn't even mention Christmas. But if you back up and look at the specific standard and the content from the rest of the chapter, you will see that the students were comparing and contrasting their own traditions with those from around the world. For my colleagues, my students, and my own children, please vote for TCI. Thank you.
Ms. Jones.
Wait a minute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Chris Jones. I'm a retired history teacher and a concerned citizen. I have degrees in history and political science. The TCI curriculum currently being considered, I believe, is replete with omissions and incorrect and misleading information. The following are some examples from the 7th grade units which is more of a world history curriculum from roughly the Renaissance through present time. The text discusses the invention of the printing press by Gutenberg, but it omits that his first publications were papal documents and the first public version of the Bible. In the revolutionary units, Paul Revere's famous ride is completely omitted. The Reformation unit omits John Tetzel, the well-known Dominican friar and vendor of indulgences. In a brief discussion of capitalism, the term entrepreneur does not appear. No mention is made of Diderot's famous encyclopedia during the Enlightenment. He's listed in a sentence with some other previously mentioned Enlightenment personalities, but totally out of context. They don't even identify who he is or was. And the text addressing World War I aircraft inventions omits both Eddie Rickenbacker, who was America's flying ace, and Manfred von Richthofen, who was Germany's flying ace, also known as the Red Baron. I also discovered that, as was previously mentioned by this gentleman, they say nothing about the Holodomor, which was Stalin's intentional starving to death of millions of Ukrainians. Concerning just some misinformation, the text states that the Spanish destroyed two advanced civilizations, the Aztecs and the Incas, losing much of their culture along with their wealth. However, the Inca left no written records. Their origins and early history are largely shrouded in legends. Technology and architecture, perhaps advanced but not strikingly original. The economy was agrarian. They had no monetary system but relied on barter. The religion heavily was based on human and animal sacrifices. Also, the Aztecs dismembered their victims alive, sometimes in the thousands. One can hardly conclude that these are advanced
your time is
civilizations.
up.
Thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Amadio.
Hi everyone, my name is Natalie Amadio, and I am an Arizona certified secondary history teacher. I've taught social studies at both the middle and high school levels for over a decade in public, charter, and private schools in Yavapai County. There have been many strong points made about the award-winning TCI social studies curriculum, and although it's not perfect, it was one of the best that I looked at. What I really want to talk to you all today about, though, is the concept of trust. As a parent, I understand where some of the fears come from. My son is my whole world. That being said, we need to trust the educators of our community as professionals. These people have spent countless years of their lives completing education and trainings devoted to our county's youth. We have to trust that social studies educators will teach history with compassion and care for their students first, before the curriculum, with curriculum that they have chosen as age-appropriate and based on state standards. That they will incorporate key historical skills such as reading comprehension, analysis of primary and secondary sources, and exploration of an event or concept through multiple perspectives. We need to trust that these professional educators and administrators are able to choose an appropriate history curriculum. If you don't trust these educators, it is well within a parent's right to choose either a homeschool, online, or private school option. We also have to trust our young people that they are capable and strong, that they can be both patriotic and recognize imperfections in history. We have so much to be proud of in our country's history, but recognizing and owning mistakes is also important. Grappling with hard history allows us to recognize the complexities we face as humans, allows us to learn from mistakes, and builds the qualities of resiliency, trust, and empathy in our youth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Criley.
Hi, my name is Cassie Kraling. I teach at Granite Mountain Middle School, but I taught for 10 years in Mesa Public Schools, government, economics, world history, U.S. history. I've been a part of textbook adoptions before, and let me tell you, there's never a perfect textbook. You will always find things omitted. Some of the complaints that people have brought forward were never listing a specific grade level, and maybe there is a reason that that third grade book did not have the space to mention every World War I ace pilot, but they may have mentioned them in grades beyond. Education is about scaffolding. We have to keep each grade level at its reading level that's appropriate, which, by the way, the Hillsdale curriculum reading level is 10th or 11th grade. I have taught those grades, and I know that at the K to 2, Hillsdale was more like 10th to 11th, so it needs to be thrown out. Also, I think Michelle Hamer mentioned that.
No, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
We don't
Okay.
address.
Sorry about that.
people here.
I wasn't going to talk
Thank
to
you.
her, but I was just, somebody mentioned that the parents or that these meetings were kept private and that people weren't open to come. But I know that the committee met for many months and invited parents and stakeholders over and over again if they were interested in the curriculum to come. And I noticed that not as many participated as maybe could have. There are flaws. Like I said, no curriculum is perfect, but the criticism, the 18-page report that the Watchdog group made, many people who have given speeches here today have quoted from that report. But have you read all the lessons in TCI? I took the time and downloaded TCI and read. Like they said that the natural rights given to us by God, mentioned in the Declaration of Independence, were not in Lesson 1 of the government book for high school. However, in Lesson 2, it goes on and explains in detail about the natural rights given by God. They also criticized that the Magna Carta from England was not mentioned as a constitution of England, but if you research the Magna Carta, it was not called a constitution. It was a list of grievances and things they wanted the King of England to do and not do. It was a list of rights. So the other thing is, we are supposed to teach our kids how to think and decide what side they are on. So some of the complaints are that, well, they didn't say this about progressives, or they didn't say this about other conservative, ideologies, but we're supposed to teach kids both sides. This book, TCI, does not promote socialism as better than capitalism. It just defines what socialism and capitalism are.
Sorry, your
so I
time
urge
is
you to
over.
vote for TCI. It's a great curriculum.
Sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Reynolds.
Hello, my name is Megan Reynolds, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Abaya Judd Elementary. I am also the mother to an 8th grade student at Mile High and a sophomore at PHS. I will keep this short and sweet. I am in support of the adoption of the social studies curriculum from TCI. I am very aware of what an intensive process it is for a committee to come to a decision upon a curriculum, and I wholeheartedly trust the decision that was made. The curriculum aligns to the state standards, is research-based, is comprehensive, and is developmentally appropriate. The curriculum is not biased against America's founding. It is teaching social studies concepts and content. On a personal note, it is upsetting to me that I am taking the time away from my family tonight and my students because, fun fact, teachers are constantly working to be the best educators they possibly can be for their students. I have given my support for the curriculum when I agreed upon my committee representation. I think I speak for my coworkers when I say that our only agenda is to give our students the best education possible. If community members are truly concerned and want to positively impact our students, I suggest that you get your sub-certification or apply for one of the numerous paraprofessional positions that are open, and you can get your hands on and directly impact the lives of our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Lark. Did I say your name correct?
Yep. Hello, Council. My name is Cyrus. I'm an undergraduate here in Prescott. Education and the kind of education I have received has shaped my life as it has all of ours. Reading through the critiques of the TCI curriculum left me confused. The analysis of the curriculum is based on nitpicking, removing context, and personal opinion. They dispute the terms law of soil and law of blood in regards to citizenship and immigration. Their issue with this is, I quote, "The terms law of soil and law of blood are not found on the U.S. immigration website and supporting documents. These terms are more global in nature." And with this, I would fully agree. These terms are global in nature, as they should be, because we're in a social, this is a social this curriculum is a global curriculum, and we're learning about the world, not just our country. Without this context, how are we supposed to understand how anything in the modern world works? We can't pretend the rest of the world doesn't exist, because it does, and our curriculum must reflect that for us and our students. I'd like us all to have compassion for our teachers and our students as well, as they're putting their lives down to inform and to raise us. My teachers raised me a lot more than a lot more than my parents did. And they changed my life, and I wouldn't be who I was without my teachers. And if we're divided as teachers and community members, and as people and community members, nothing's gonna happen for any of us. And this division of these teachers and this curriculum as an enemy doesn't make sense to me. So I'd like to just say thank you to the board, and thank you to all the teachers who are here, and all the teachers who have ever taught me and helped shape my life and shape all of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morales.
Hello. My name is Dr. Ernesto Morales, and I am currently a faculty member at Prescott College, where I am a full faculty, actually, in the Social Justice Studies Department. I teach ethnic studies and community organizing. I am also a parent of a freshman in PUSD and have been the secretary of the PUSD Indian Education Parent Committee for the last several years now. I am very involved with different aspects of public education in Prescott for close to a decade. I myself am a proud product of public education from kindergarten to my PhD. But I'm here this afternoon, or what's actually turned into this evening, to speak in favor of the TCI curriculum. However, I'm not going to address specifics, but rather the general tone of the criticism that was submitted against it. Patriotism is love of nation, a love that accepts the total history of the nation. As citizens of the United States, we must meet the challenge of our history head on, and I would say unflinchingly, at the parts we find discomforting, but with full faith in the democracy and the educational system that has flourished in this country, producing past, present, and future leaders. It used to be that you could hide the parts that you didn't like. But like my dear grandmother used to say, the sun is up and the rooster is crowing. And if we are to have an honest, open discussion, then we are also to understand that every single one of us is a hostage to history, trapped in cycles where we either attempt to break free and expand our understanding of our shared humanity through recognizing the dire consequences of perpetrated genocide and land theft, or we refuse to acknowledge these events by wrapping ourselves in patriotism and erasure. When our children do something bad, we urge them to confess their wrongdoing as the first step to contrition, to accepting responsibility. As a matter of fact, the entire Christian religion, which many of us here we are Christians, is based on the sacrifice of one man. But in order to access that sacrifice, you must confess your sins. And so what I'm saying, and this is a question that has burned in my mind, is how do we hold the soul of our nation so carelessly? when we think about our own souls. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Matthews.
I have to call them. So next three speakers, Ben Matthews, Joy Goff, and Sharon Zipperman.
Mr. Matthews?
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Goff?
Thank you for having us this evening. My name is Joy Goff. I grew up in Prescott and attended Taylor Hicks, Granite Mountain, and PHS. I returned to Prescott in 2005, and my husband and I are happy to call Prescott home and to be raising two boys here. I want to make sure that they and their classmates are getting an education that will help them embark with critical, optimistic, and open minds. I want to thank the committee that carefully considered different social studies curriculum options and chose the TCI curriculum. Thank you for choosing a curriculum that meets the state standards and one our educators can work with. In my own experience attending Prescott schools, I received an education that helped me understand the United States through social studies, history, and civics. I clearly remember that we also considered broader perspectives, looking beyond our borders and working to understand the experiences of other cultures. I will never forget the sophomore year world history class I took with Mrs. Bunch. She was a spectacular teacher, and she pushed us to look at the big picture and consider other worldviews. She helped us to get really curious. That course was followed by an opportunity for summer travel abroad, where I was astounded by all that I had learned from Mrs. Bunch, as I experienced firsthand some of the locations and cultures we had spent the year learning about. This experience solidified an important belief in the value of learning about and experiencing the larger world, understanding our great country and its history, and also looking beyond it. For the sake of our young people in Prescott, please move forward in adopting the TCI curriculum.
Thank you. Ms. Zipperman.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's been very interesting to see the variety of views and the differing opinions. I have my own opinion, of course. My name is Sharon Zipperman. I'm a Prescott resident. I've written and taught curriculum for nearly 20 years. I currently teach the U.S. Constitution with my husband. I've reviewed the TCI curriculum, especially the high school civics section, and it does not, as far as I can see, does not fulfill all of the requirements of the Arizona Revised Statutes, Section 15-701.01. This law addresses high school graduation requirements and mandates that civics education include, quote, a comparative discussion of political ideologies such as communism and totalitarianism that conflict with the principles of freedom and democracy that are essential to the founding principles of the United States. These requirements come from House Bill 2008, introduced by Yavapai's own Representative Nguyen, who called for including, quote, the brutal facts of oppressive communist systems. I don't see those there. These legal requirements appear to be missing. The TCI high school government section is devoid of many critical facts and comparisons. The negatives discussed are primarily those of our own country, and it ignores our country's most important positive attributes. TCI teaches that, quote, a disadvantage of a market economy is unequal distribution of wealth. The discussion of market economy is at least very misleading and at worst propaganda. The TCI treats wealth distribution as a goal in itself, which makes individuals dependent on the whims of government. In contrast, distribution of wealth in a free market economy is by individual choice, and choice is central to freedom. TCI's discussion of mixed economy cites the Communist Party system. It completely ignores the rampant tyranny of China and the inconvenient facts that under communism, as other people have stated, over 100 million people perished in the last century. TCI's shared decision-making, which they expound on, does not include the people under communism. Chinese communists enslaved millions of Muslim minority Uyghurs who are also victims of organ harvesting. That's not mentioned. Under communism, the Chinese people live in a digital prison. Their movement is strictly controlled through tracking. There are huge gaps between TCI curriculum and our state requirements. And they can only be bridged by a very aware teacher who is already overburdened. I think that the TCI curriculum fails to meet the Arizona state standards. Thank you.
Okay, Edward Wolf, Richard Thompson, Linda Thompson, and Eileen Wolf.
We have Mr. Wolf.
Good evening, panel. My name is Edward Wolf. I'm a Prescott resident. First of all, I'll let you know I'm against this TCI stuff. We, the people, distrust what's happening in all our schools throughout the USA. It's mainly a program of indoctrination into socialism. The kids are being dumbed down with anti-American ideas as well as anti-family garbage. This presentation that we saw this evening, it sounds like a lot of cover-up gobbledygook, with a lot of words and very few in the way of meanings. What I would like to know, what is the real agenda of that presentation? World history needs to be accepted for all it's worth. And one of the questions, I saw it in your paperwork here, it talks about the Disney Imagination Campus. What I saw is the Disney Corporation has gone woke a long time ago, and they're into the socialist type agenda stuff. This booklet right here
Sir,
has
does
been
this
left
apply-
out of TCI. It's the United States Constitution, and you all should read it and read it again. So I want you to vote no on this and put TCI and relegate it to the ash heap of history. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
So Richard Thompson, a resident of Prescott and taxpayer. So I think this gives me reasons to have an opinion on this. Valdemar Lennon said, and I quote, "Give me your children for 4 years, and I will seed the seeds that will determine what the country's going to be." It's so important that our children get the right message when they're in school. And the message needs to be how great this country is. We have a wonderful country, the best system of government. It's been proven many times. They need to know how it came into being, the sacrifices that our founders did to bring this great country into fruition. For that reason, I request that you turn down, not vote for the TCI curriculum, that you reform the curriculum committee and bring in some additional people that have a different view and reestablish the curriculum. A couple of examples. I think one was given earlier about calling it a presidential democracy, which is totally false. We're a constitutional republic, as we know. Another interesting one in lesson, let's see, the high school government unit 1, lesson 1, the lesson states, the United States of America was born in an explosion of rebellion against authority. The Declaration of Independence defending the rebellion set forth a list of all British monarchic claims against the American colonies. The lesson ignores the preamble's approach, which is the most important development in politics. The acceptance of natural rights given by God and the concept of consent of the governed. It's so important that they get these fundamental principles right now, because that's going to take them into the future. Someone mentioned the Hillsdale course as not being dynamic and having extra resources. They have a wonderful series called Constitution 101. You can take it for free on their website. I've done it twice, and it's a great resource, especially for high school students. So please vote no.
Thank you. Linda Thompson.
Hi, Linda Thompson. I want to thank you all for listening. I hope you're really listening to this. Richard had actually said, because we've talked about it before, some of what I would repeat, which I'm not going to. I'm a retired aerospace engineer. I'm expecting a fact-based education for our precious children. I don't have kids in the school. My kids are grown. My daughter serves in the Army. She's been in Afghanistan. I think I did okay raising them. And I just am very concerned about, I don't have to have kids in this school. I am concerned about the kids in this country. They are our future leaders, our future parents, and I don't have to be raising one now. I've already done that, and I'd like to make sure that it's being done well and properly, and getting the basis and pride in this country that I was given, that I gave my children, and I don't want that lost. And people flock to this country. There must be a reason that people are coming here. And, there are countries in,
Do you have a statement toward the curriculum?
What's that?
Do you have a statement towards the curriculum?
Oh, yes, okay. About the constitutional, calling this not a constitutional republic. It wasn't called that until later on. It's saying that we are electing our presidents by popular vote. That's not true. We certainly have another way of doing that. Has been well researched, and we're not overlooking the states that have smaller populations, and that's a huge mistake. And I guess one further thing about the Declaration of Independence, I'm not a good speaker, complaints, it was about just being complaints about the king, but if anyone has read, and I love history, and I've read books about Ben Franklin and our founders. Ben Franklin spent years in England trying to clear things up. It was not an explosion of craziness trying to change things and get out of there. He didn't want to. And a whole large amount of the population did not want to leave England, but it became necessary. And if the people who wrote these textbooks hadn't read about our founders and what they did to try and work things out, then they shouldn't be writing history books. Anyway, I really feel that we can go back. You don't have to do Hillsdale, find some other means, start over, and do your research. But TCI is not the place to go.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this offering that we can speak. My name is Eileen Wolf. I'm an RN case manager, retired licensed social worker, author, and a member of Free America July 4th. We've spoken about trust. As a nurse taking care of patients, as a social worker in private practice for many years, the most important thing is trust. But trust has to be earned. And yes, my teachers, I went to Catholic grammar school, Catholic high school, and I want to tell you, those Catholic Dominican nuns, we had to pay attention, but we had to earn their trust, and they had to earn our trust. And right now, you can see that we do not trust this curriculum, and the reason why a lot of the parents that are not here that don't trust the curriculum, because they're busy home taking care of their kids, and we are representing them. Now, I know I was wonderful when I was hearing about the teacher that had passed away and his legacy. And I think I have a lot of teachers I can remember. My social studies teacher was a Dominican nun with the full habit and army boots. She came in with army boots, and we had to stand up in Catholic school, and when she would ask a question, you had to give it an answer standing up, know everything about social studies. But we had to know the truth. I taught my children, and I teach my grandchildren, to know and to discern a lie. The TCI is filled with lies. And we have to make sure that our students are taught the truth, because they are the next generation. And we have to trust that the next generation is protecting what our founding fathers fought for. Thank you very much.
Tom Daniels, Leanna Corbett, Dottie Morris, and Kathleen Clark. Are you Mr. Daniels?
Thank you for listening to all of us tonight. I am a Prescott resident. My name is Tom Daniels. My background, 30 years in the Navy, naval flight officer, a lot of aircraft carrier time, followed by 20 years in higher education, engineering instructor, also ran an MBA program as an administrator. My wife has followed me all over the world and is certified in 7 states, owned her own math tutoring business, taught here in the Prescott area herself for a short while. The reason I'm here is because I sincerely believe that our country's education system is the primary reason that the United States of America continues to fall behind worldwide in education, in the military, and morality, and it starts in the education system. Why are we so far behind? Curriculum like TCI. The TCI curriculum highlights why we are behind, because it's extraordinarily weak in facts. Those have been covered, I won't go into them. But it's excessively strong in encouraging political activism that goes against the tenets of our founding fathers. TCI's marketing is extremely good, but the sound bites don't translate into the classroom methodology. Absolutely egregious is the lack of full information in the content, but also the methodology, inquiry learning. You teachers will understand inquiry learning. It's a good methodology in some cases, except it takes roughly twice as long to cover the same amount of material. So that's one of the reasons this curriculum is so weak in facts. You don't have time because of the way their methodology is set up. The standards are extremely important, and I think there are other curriculum that can meet those standards without being so weak in facts. I strongly recommend some other particular curriculum. I do happen to favor Hillsdale's, and I'm very familiar with Hillsdale's. But please take the time to look farther into a better curriculum than TCI. It is not the right curriculum for advancing the education of our children.
Ms. Corbett.
My name is Leanna Corbett, and I'm a resident here of Prescott, proud to be a resident. I'm a second-generation native. I want to thank you for the chance to speak and to express my views. As I was reading the TCI curriculum, something really stood out to me. It was how TCI described George Washington. TCI described George Washington as a wealthy plantation owner. No argument there. But then they said, who enslaved people? I don't think so. George Washington happens to be a personal hero of mine. He also happens to be a personal hero of a lot of Americans. I had to ask the questions, is George Washington a perfect man? No, he is not. Is George Washington an honorable, just, and good man? He absolutely is. I have a book that has all of George Washington's writings in it, the original manuscripts of which are housed in the Library of Congress. I found it very interesting in here. George Washington wrote his last will and testament. It's written in his own hand, and I want to share just a small portion of it with you. George Washington says, first of all, his will is dated July 9th, 1799. George Washington says, to William Lee, I give immediate freedom. Or if he should prefer, because of the accidents which have befallen him, which have rendered him incapable of walking or any active employment, to remain where he currently is on the plantation. In either case, however, whether he wants freedom or he wants to remain where he currently is, I give him an annuity during his entire lifetime. This I give him as a testimony of his attachment to me for his faithful service during the Revolutionary War. George Washington goes on to say, I also give and bequeath in trust $4,000 towards the support of a free school for the purpose of educating orphan children and also for the children of such poor and indigent persons who are able to accomplish it within their own means.
I'm sorry, ma'am, your time is
So
up.
I respectfully request that you vote no on the TCI curriculum. Thank you.
Ms. Morris.
Hi, my name is Dottie Morris. I've resided here in Prescott for just shy of 26 years. I taught history, government, Arizona and world history and American history in Tucson at the secondary level in public school. I'd like to just tell you, the aim of history class isn't to get the students to love or loathe this country. It's to prepare them to live in it. And that's done through critical thinking and learning, not rote memory. I'm sure many of you were presented with a lot of textbook numbers and names, and they don't mean a lot. This country does. It means a lot when you put it all together and what they did, and that's extremely important. The definition of patriotism is to love for or devote to one's country. That patriotism could be blind. That's easily done by just teaching out of a textbook, straight from a textbook. Critical thinking through that individual student is what true patriotism is learned. And I think that is very, very important. There's another underlying issue I feel here. The Hillsdale College curriculum has been brought up and discussed. I think there needs to be a definite separation of church and state here. I feel something is underlying all of this. We could get into our founding fathers. I've heard that brought up as well. Well, we can also look at what Thomas Jefferson, and James Madison felt, that the state should not support any particular religion or any religion, and that would be inappropriate. That was then added in our Constitution, the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment. I'm a taxpayer. I would object to Hillsdale or any other sort of curriculum supported by a private college that is religious. I think that it has to be open to all. TCI is there to teach critical thinking at all levels, and that's what brings good citizenship, and that's what supports our country. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Clark. I was a teacher for 37 years, so I have a real commitment to education. My first 2 years were teaching 5th grade in Australia under the British system. Then the NEA sent me to visit the schools in Japan. Then I came back to California and I taught middle school. I had to quit teaching middle school when they started arresting my students. So I went down to 2nd grade. So 37 years pretty much in the primary grades. I don't have a political agenda for this. I have an education agenda. And I think many of the people who have spoken are convinced that everybody who opposes this curriculum is a political nut or something. That isn't true. Many of us are here on our own time, spent much of our own time studying this curriculum in detail, as did I. Some of the glaring mistakes in the curriculum, I was looking particularly at the 2nd grade, they talk about the hemispheres, but never mention the equator, which determines the hemispheres. So there were just glaring errors like that that you just wouldn't see in a regular textbook. I don't know what to tell you. There were so many things. It makes assumptions about the students, and the main thing for lower primary children, it didn't make them feel like a part of a community. The curriculums that I taught in the old textbooks made the children feel like they were part of a community, a country that they were proud to belong to, that they were a member of, that their families were a member of. That didn't come across in this textbook at all. There weren't, like the songs of our country, the folk songs, the things that make our country and our people, our culture. Our culture is important, and that comes through in the social studies curriculum. It is not there. I'm sorry, it is not. It's a list of facts that are, disengaging, to say the least. What else? I have students who are long-term adults now who still contact me through email and phone and say I was their favorite teacher. It's because I gave them happy memories. I gave them a feeling of community. I did everything I could to make them feel like they were a part of this land, and we all are part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally.
Hi, my name is Becca Kleinman. I am not an educator. I am the mom of 4 kids, a junior, a freshman, a 6th grader, and a 3rd grader. They're all 5th generation Prescottonians. I'm in my 12th year in PUSD, and in that time I have spent thousands of hours volunteering in our schools and classrooms, which I strongly encourage anyone in this room to do. I had an opportunity to serve on the Social Studies Curriculum Adoption Committee. I sat with our incredible educators as they pored over every detail of every curriculum at every grade level, presented them over the course of months. The collaborative conversations were incredible and humbling, and my opinion and insights as a parent were heard and sought. Our committee's concern was, of course, for the state standards and topics, but most importantly, our educators' greatest concern was for their students, which curriculum would offer their students the best educational opportunities. I feel confident that the TCI curriculum our committee chose, while not perfect, is an exceptional option. As a parent, I appreciate the emphasis on critical thinking, as well as providing opportunities within each unit to appeal to a variety of learning styles, every child, every day. We cannot look at a 2023 curriculum with 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, or even 2000s eyes or political eyes. What worked for me in high school in the late 90s and into 2000 is not what my high schoolers, middle schooler, or elementary schoolers need now. The needs of students are different. Our students need more than rote memorization. They need opportunities to critically think. Yes, they need facts and figures, but they also have a lot of questions and need a space to reflect safely on those questions. They need to understand social studies as it applies to them as local citizens, United States citizens, and global citizens. Diving deep into social studies and history, the good, the bad, and the ugly, is so beneficial for our students. It teaches our kids a critical lesson that people make mistakes, that those mistakes do not define them or their impact. It humanizes them rather than places them on a pedestal. And that gives our children hope for who and what they can become in this world. And isn't that so valuable? This curriculum was chosen by a diverse group of people who put great efforts into considering the needs of our students and what would best benefit them now and long term. Some of my kids' most influential teachers in their years in PUSD have been their social studies teachers. Starting at the elementary school level, I actually got a text from one of my kids today saying, "Tell Mrs. Williams I said hi." Starting at the elementary school level all the way to high school. As a parent, I trust the educators who are in that room as part of the committee implicitly, and I trust the choice in TCI. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tone.
Good evening, Superintendent Howard, Mr. President, and board members. My name is Sue Tone, and I am a graduate of Prescott High School, class of 1971. And I have to say, a lot of history has happened between then and now. It's, half a century or more of world events and United States events. It's been a long time since I sat in Mr. Villaborghi's history room. I'm sorry to see that he passed away last week. I'm also a former educator at the elementary, the middle school, and the high school level. And I am in support of adopting the TCI textbooks. I trust the committee's research and their commitment to the best interests of the students of Prescott High School, Prescott Unified School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stuckey. No, he left. Mr. Rogers.
Good evening. My name is Arjuna. I'm a senior at Prescott College, enrolled in the Social Justice Studies program. I have read and reviewed the Citizens and Educators for Excellence in Arizona Education's review and critique of the proposed TCI curriculum and feel deeply concerned. CEEAE's main argument is that the TCI curriculum has bias against America's founding and purposes, and that TCI contains factual omissions and subjective perspectives. In CEEAE's critique, example 1F describes racial tension in the 1970s by describing what happened at Central High School in Columbus, Ohio, canceling Black History Month and the shooting of 2 black students off campus. What TCI's curriculum is explaining here is that the United States in the 1970s was experiencing racial tension and violence. CEEAE's analysis of this excerpt posits that describing racial tension and violence in the way that it did is both subjective and inflammatory, and that the events described in TCI's curriculum surrounding what happened at Central High School in Columbus, Ohio in 1971 had nothing to do with race, even though later in their analysis they admit that white school officials across the nation had been increasingly relying on unjustified suspensions as a discriminatory weapon against black pupils. To me, this is a clear example of white fragility or fear of discussing race. CEEAE is relying on language to maneuver around having to teach about race. Just because the language from the court documents pertaining to the 1971 event in Columbus, Ohio described in the example doesn't mention race, that does not mean that it wasn't about race or racial tension and violence. Teaching the history of race in the United States is important because race is a fundamental pillar in United States history. I believe that if you believe in the future of this country, you must be willing to discuss race, and that if you aren't, there is no future for the United States. Not to make anyone feel bad or lesser, not to inflame or to agitate, but to ensure that every student in Prescott Unified School District and beyond is getting an education that is grounded in the uplifting of multiple voices and perspectives to ensure a more complete learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stevens.
My name is Karen Stevens. I'm a resident of Prescott.
Would you speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Teachers, as well as parents, church leaders, and others in positions of authority have the opportunity and the awesome responsibility to influence the young by what is called
Right.
Okay,
We'll give you your time back.
okay. Teachers as well as parents.
Let's wait till the microphones work again. Is Michael here?
Someone kick the log.
Mr. Moore.
It wasn't me.
One sitting there.
So if you need to use the restroom, please do so now. We'll reconvene at 7:30.
5 minutes?
Sorry. That's okay.
Okay, we're ready to begin again. Ms. Karen Stevens, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Teachers, as well as parents, church leaders, and others in positions of authority, have the opportunity and the awesome responsibility to influence the young by what is caught through their example or taught by the spoken or written word, for good or for ill. I believe after reviewing the current suggested new K-12 social studies curriculum, PUSD can do better. And a number of things I was going to bring up have already been mentioned, so I'll try to just stick to the ones I have here above that. In the K through second grade, the first reference to Christopher Columbus was that he came over and killed all the Indians. In fact, Columbus advocated against their mistreatment. Prior to his first voyage, entries in his personal journal indicated he felt he had a mission from God to bring the gospel to heathen lands. During his first voyage, many of those traveling with him became mutinous, discouraged at the length of time it was taking to arrive at some destination. Columbus asked them to give him 3 more days. Then he would do what they asked, turn around and go back. At the end of the 3rd day, land was sighted. Perhaps someone was guiding him. How about in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue aboard the Pinto, the Nina, and the Santa Maria, and discovered the New World. That gives a date, an event that transpired, and the means taken to do so. Perhaps for that age group, that would be sufficient information to digest. As they mature and are able to absorb and process increased knowledge, perhaps then expand on more and other relevant facts. Let's see. Also in the K through second grade curriculum, under the definition of a family, there was a reference made that some families had 2 mommies and 2 daddies pictured. I wondered if this might bring some confusion to the minds of those in that age group. Perhaps that might be better left to parents or others to explain at an appropriate time. Again, on the K through second grade level, there seemed to be a preponderance of personal questions for the very young to answer, such as, how does your family spend their money? Might this be embarrassing for some to answer publicly? And also that there was a cramming in of so much information that it might be overwhelming, seemingly simply for information's sake, both in the primary and other grades, not giving students time to pause, reflect, and critically think about what they were reading. Upon reading that solar, wind, and water were sources of energy that were always available, my mind took me to last winter when the wind turbines in Texas froze and the people were without power for some time because they had no backup plan. I hope there can be an even-handed approach presenting all the forms of energy that are necessary and possible for a society to function well. My general...
Sorry, ma'am, your time is concluded.
Thank you.
Mel Ditzler.
Hello. Hello. My name is Mel Ditzler, and I am a student at Prescott College. I am also a very recent high school graduate and a concerned resident of Prescott. I'll keep my remarks brief, mostly because I decided to discard the script that I had prepared. I keep thinking to myself as I hear all of the remarks today, who is this about? It is about students. It is about students who belong to the same generation that I do. My heart goes out to them and their social studies education. I really valued the social studies education that I had, which explored many topics. We talked about what capitalism is, what socialism is, what communism is, and we were able to really learn about all of these concepts without anyone telling us what was correct. This is what the TCI curriculum does. It presents information about many different economies, worlds, different parts of history, without telling you what you are supposed to believe, that America is the best, for example, or that it is flawless. Instead, recognizing the flaws that it has, being able to see other parts of the world and compare them, allowing students to make up their own minds, because they are the leaders of tomorrow, and they should have critical thinking skills, and they should have knowledge of the world. Please adopt the TCI curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Meads.
Hi. Hello, board members and staff. I appreciate y'all doing all this and hearing us out. I've heard a lot of interesting comments this evening. Some credible, some maybe incredible. My point is, I know that the committee did a lot of work and the school district's done a lot of work, and y'all didn't pick TCI out of the blue, but you went through several proposals to consider. So I don't know that anybody's going to be 100% happy, but you're not here to make a decision to make people happy. This is about the students. And I trust the process y'all went through, and I am in favor of you making that decision for TCI. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Eva Ballard? Or no?
Ava Ballard? Ashley, did she leave?
Ava Ballard is
Ava
next.
Ballard.
Oh, you're next. I'm so sorry. Hey, everyone. Thanks to the board for letting me speak tonight. My name is Dr. Eva Ballard. My husband and I are raising 2 young boys in this community. I am an Arizona native and a product of Arizona public education institutions. I come from a family of certified public school educators and have dedicated my career to K-12 education and leadership and teacher education in Arizona as well as around the country. My personal and professional experience obliges me to be highly invested in the education system of this community. As a PUSD parent and member of the public, I had the privilege of reviewing and providing commentary on the proposed Teacher Curriculum Institute's social studies curriculum at every grade level. As an educator, I've done my due diligence to ensure the curriculum was, number one, clearly aligned to the Arizona state and national social studies standards. The Arizona social studies content standards are indeed fully covered. These standards are not up for debate at this time. That the material in the instruction was developmentally appropriate, responsive to the growing individual needs of our children, and engaging, and it is. And finally, readily accessible to teachers and students, meaning the teachers can wholly embed the curriculum into their already very full day. The instructional activities are designed by teachers, for teachers. The lessons are carefully crafted to be interactive and remain manageable and easy for teachers to implement. In addition, the process for reviewing the proposed curriculum was collaborative, inclusive, and involved all the invested stakeholders, including social studies content experts, teacher and administrative leadership, and parents and community members. The proposed curriculum by CEEAE was developed by a non-secular religious organization with a very clear agenda, inappropriate for public schools. It is incomplete and, most importantly, does not adhere to the Arizona standards. I am here tonight because it is my right and responsibility and privilege to do so. I stand behind and trust the collaborative and well-informed professional educational process that was used to review the TCI social studies curriculum. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Oberg.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, and administration. My name is Harry Oberg. I'm the Yavapai County Supervisor for District 1, and primarily PUSD is in District 1. Just as a matter of fact, I graduated from high school here. I had my K through 12 here, graduating in 1965. I think I got a very good education, and I think all we're trying to do tonight is make sure that our future leaders have that opportunity to get the same education that I got. The comments I'm going to make tonight are mine, and they have nothing to do with the Board of Supervisors. I have two concerns. First of all, we have to take open meeting law very seriously. And there's been a claim here tonight that open meeting law has been violated, and we all know that that has to be investigated, and if it's found to be true, it has to be reported to the State Attorney General. And I expect that that's going to be looked at very closely by the administration here, and I appreciate that. The second thing, of course, is you got a real tough job ahead of you. You had two groups here. One, I guess that was basically formulated by the administration that took a look at the TCI curriculum and felt that it was appropriate and meaningful. You have a grassroots group that came together and pretty much came up with a different viewpoint. So I don't see how you can move forward without a greater consensus of these two groups. So my recommendation is, at this point, you can't make a decision tonight. I think you need to do more work to determine whether or not you want to move forward with this curriculum. You could do a couple of things. Obviously, you could make a group of these two that would come together and try and come up with a consensus on how to move forward. You could come up with an independent group that can start to look at this and take another further look at it and decide whether or not to reject this or accept it, or you could reject it. Now, I think those are your options tonight, and I hope that you will take those into serious consideration as you move forward in looking at this task. I would just say that, we have great predecessors here, and I think you ought to take a look at those people up there and decide whether or not this curriculum was something that would have been approved by those people. From what I've read, I don't think they would have. So I think that needs to be seriously considered. I can tell you that from what I've read, we can say it's cherry picking. That could be true. But this gray hair, I was here for some of that history in the past, and it's not quite accurate from what I know, from what I've experienced, nor from my training when I was in school here. So I think you have a very important road ahead of you, and I can just tell you that right now the TCI curriculum, as explained to me and what I've seen, I could not support it. Thank
Sorry,
you.
your time has expired. Ms. Lang.
Have to lower that down because I am vertically challenged, so we need to make sure I don't have Stan's height. So, good evening. My name is Kathy Lang, and I would like to thank the school board and the administration for giving everybody here an opportunity to speak. I have a 48-year resident of Prescott. I married a third-generation Prescottonian, and we had a fourth generation born here. So I have a lot in common with the family that other families here. I've sat where these school board members are sitting. I was here in the 80s on the school board. 3 of my friends that sat with me are on that wall. And I know what you're going through. The committee to discuss curriculum, they're not capricious committees. They don't meet in secret, and they don't not look at across the board. They look at everything. They value the education of our children. Textbooks are not perfect. You're not going to find a perfect history textbook in this nation. Believe me, I've looked at a number of them. But they do the best they can when they have the curriculum committees. They look at everything, and I will be assured that these school board members that are sitting up there are not just hearing about this from a committee report or from these talks this evening. They've done their own research. They've looked at it. They spend time. Being a school board member, at least when I was on the board, was almost an 8-hour day, 40 hours a week job, because you had to know what you were doing because you represented this community. They do a good job. It's not a perfect solution, but it is a solution that a duly selected committee came together decided it met the standards, and it meets. Therefore, I would ask you to respect the committee's solution and approve the proposed curriculum. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Madam. Ms. Holm. Ms. Holm? No. Ms., I can't read the name.
Bernice.
Pernice?
Yes, good evening. My name is Deborah Pernice Neffel, and I am a fairly recent resident of Prescott. Most of my life has been in the service, public service, as a city attorney and serving various public agencies as a lawyer. Before I became a public servant as a lawyer, I also represented victims of discrimination in private cases. I've never really been a teacher for compensation, but I did volunteer at my parish and taught catechism to middle schoolers for 10 years. So I developed a real appreciation for the task of teaching, and also for keeping students interested. I started my class with playing the Rolling Stones song Sympathy for the Devil, because I believed in presenting the other side and letting them have an opportunity to review everything. And I don't want to repeat everything that has been said here, so I'm just going to get straight to the point. I definitely oppose this curriculum. One of my clients I spoke with earlier today told me that this curriculum was available to them as a teacher in another state, and they didn't find it particularly helpful. And mostly I just think that this does have a woke agenda. As a lawyer, I like to investigate everything, and so here my notes are going away. But I like to investigate things, and so I did go on the TCI website, and from what I could see, the first things that jumped out at me was it was pretty much a woke agenda. And somebody said today, "Oh, well, woke, that's the opposite of asleep." No, because you know why? Because this generation, or whatever these people are, they're redefining, developing a completely new vocabulary. And they're reinventing history, they're reinventing vocabulary. Woke to me means socialism. I am the granddaughter of Carpathian refugees, and they fled the Bolshevik Revolution. And I'm just grateful that I'm here, and I've had the opportunities that I have. And the only reason I'm here today is not because I have kids in school right now. My kids are grown. One's National Merit Scholar. The other one was an NCAA soccer champion. Both of them are employed. They've never spent a day in rehab, thanks be to God. And, you know, I just want the same things for the people that are growing up here in this community now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Vincent.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Vincent. Previous governing board member. I was outseated, I believe, in part to a politicization of our local nonpartisan elections, how we operate as a public body, how we come together as a community for the future. And what I hear tonight is a lack of trust in our institutions and the experts, specifically the ones that have put together the curriculum. I heard that, this has never been done before, this kind of thorough review. I know that the people developing curriculum are spending their entire career working on this stuff. I hear frustration with the bureaucratic outlets for community input. I get it. It's really frustrating. Me and my dad used to talk about those bureaucratic scorpions and just how impossible it felt to really make a difference and have a voice. And I know that bureaucracy is part of how public bodies function. I hear a lot of fear about the changing of times and the next generation. And I think that lack of trust and frustration and fear all need to be acknowledged. And I think there are forums for us to have those conversations. What I would ask of the board this evening to the social studies curriculum is to trust, although that might be hard, trust the process in terms of the curriculum development, trust the administration and the committee, which included a governing board member sitting here tonight. When I saw that presentation from the committee a few months ago, there was none of this outcry. There was enthusiasm. There was a professionalism about the crew that represented that committee. And that enthusiasm in our educators is really important to lean into and to trust that they have that good faith in the best interests of our students at heart. And also trust our families to have those conversations at home when things do come up that aren't in line with our own personal beliefs or things that we want to elaborate on or put our own personal identity on. And trusting our students and our kids to sit down in those classrooms day after day, engage with the social studies curriculum, and engage with that inquiry process that has been highlighted by so many of the educators that presented tonight. So in summary, if you want to continue to demoralize teachers and school staff, abstain tonight or vote no. If you want to continue to waste taxpayer dollars and exhaust us parents and drive young families away, then abstain or vote no tonight. If you want to continue to breed dysfunction and grind the gears of our schools, then abstain or vote no tonight. And if you want to have a right-sized and humble impact on helping things go right, vote yes. Thank you.
It's more.
Hi, my name is Linda Moore. I decided to leave my mask on for a while. I am here just as a private resident of Prescott. I as I was thinking about this, I graduated from public high schools in small towns in Wisconsin 55 years ago. And I have been in Prescott, in a Prescott residence for 54 months, so I'm a newbie. I support the committee that has reviewed, the Social Studies Adoption Committee that has reviewed the curriculum and done just a heroic effort at reviewing 7 possible curricula, developing criteria to evaluate them. They found TCI to be flexible, consistent with new Arizona social studies standards, and those standards were adopted in 2018, and they have multimedia. It's not just a textbook. I thank the committee for the diligence and hard work and organization that you have done, and I trust you and your recommendation. When I was in school 55, 60 years ago, learning was considered to be linear. We thought truth was truth forever. And we also thought education was static and the same over time. Well, looking at how science, technology, engineering, and math is no longer what it used to be 50 years ago, it is not a static experience. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. So who do we have next?
James? James? No.
James.
Ken?
Good evening. Long evening for you folks, I'm sure. My name is Ken Fiddick. I'm a resident of Prescott. I am a taxpayer, and I do vote. No response. Okay. Scott mentioned in the first part of the presentation earlier, one of the goals of the school board was critical thinking for the students and also remain uniquely Prescott, if I heard that correctly, okay? I hope the school board will use critical thinking and remain uniquely Prescott. And that goes for any city council, because again, some of us do vote. Okay, so as we look to, what should I say here? I've heard a lot of people use the word trust. Anyone who's served in the military, I know a few people in this room have, trust must be earned. Respect must be earned. I hope the board takes that very seriously when it considers the people that are your constituents, not just the students. The students are your goal, I understand that. But there's also the citizens of this city and this school district. I don't know Jill Martin. Excuse me, yes, Jill Martin.
Sir, we won't use names, please.
Okay. I understand there was a petition. There were 600 signatures. If I knew about it, I would have added to that list. So, if you're looking to remain uniquely Prescott, that's one thing. If you're looking to be uniquely Los Angeles, then you will support this proposal in front of you, TCI. I would second Harry Oberg, our bright and brilliant county supervisor. Take your time on this. I'm not sure what the rush is, but I don't think the board should be rushing into this decision. And I don't know the committee members that reviewed all this, but I'd say strongly recommend take your time, rethink this. There may be other solutions to what you have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hank, is it Grisecki? Is he here? No? So our last three, Lizette Lucas, David McNabb, and Ashley Fine.
Ms. Lucas.
Hi there. Hi there, my name is Lisette Lucas. I do not currently have children in the PUSD right now, but I will be having children that will be coming into the school system soon. I am very concerned with the censorship of history. I think history is a main priority in our system to teaching what our young minds and students should be learning about and growing in the future of these minds and what they should know. I have been around the world through many countries, communism included, and socialism, and it scares me that the history is not portrayed as what it should be, and the facts of history is not accurate and is censored. Knowing this, I completely would vote no on this agenda, and I hope that all of you will take a second look at this. Maybe not decide today on what this is regarding and what your decision is, but overlook everything again and make a sound decision at a later time. It's not just for 1 year or 2 years. This is going to be, what is going to last, for many years. And so it's very important to me that you guys make a decision that will last for a long time. So I appreciate the time to be able to speak, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David McNabb. I am a minister of the gospel in this area. I have a teaching credential in social studies, and I've worked in the public school system for 30 years. I could say a lot of things about history because of that, but what strikes me most about tonight's speakers is that we've had 4 retired social studies teachers in this district that told you this was not a good program. Don't adopt this program. Are you going to listen to them? You all know Kelly Cordes, and you all respect Kelly Cordes because he's a great teacher.
Sir, we won't use names, please.
And when you hear a recommendation from someone you know and respect and know what he's talking about, listen to that. Okay? I could say a lot more, but I know you've heard a lot already tonight and you don't want to really hear any more, but listen to what the people who know what they're talking about said tonight. And take that, before you make a decision and make your vote, take that to mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fine.
Last but not least,
I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you because what you absorbed tonight was a lot of information, and I'm going to try to be super brief. I was born at YRMC, as were both of my children. I graduated from Prescott High School. I've been a teacher for, I've lost count how many years, over 15 years. I'm an educator in this community. I taught kids today. I have a son at Prescott High School, and I'm absolutely supportive of you adopting the TCI curriculum. And I heard a lot of fear expressed this evening, and I think the most important antidote to fear is actually education. And I stand here actually quite hopeful. And I'm hopeful because I work with kids every day. And I know that when they have engaging information presented in a really developmentally appropriate way, and they get a chance to think for themselves, the light bulbs go on. And it's not our job to tell them what to think or how to feel, but to give them a spectrum of opportunity. And I hope that you trust in the committee that worked really hard and did a lot of research. And I just respect each and every one of you, as well as everyone who expressed opinions tonight. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment. We are going to take a 5-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 8:07. 8:07. So we're finalize information from the district adoption committee. Kelsey,
Yes.
the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much for having us here tonight. Thank you everyone for being here to hear about our social studies curriculum adoption and that timeline. I am going to invite a few of our teachers up. You guys can come stand right up here with me. We do have 6 of our teachers who were on our committee, but they are all social studies teachers. So we have Whitney Williams, who teaches 4th grade at Abaya Judd. Emily Thomas, who teaches 3rd grade at Lincoln. We've got Jessica Keel, who teaches 8th grade at Mile High. Landy Lisbona, who teaches 7th grade at Mile High. Scott Miller, who teaches U.S. and World History at Prescott High School. And Dan Tyler, World and U.S. History, correct? Primarily World.
Taught everything, but right now just
Right now, just World. Okay. So we have lots of experience here with our committee, and they're here to just share a little bit about our process and what we did. So this is very similar to the presentation that we gave in November. However, based off of the feedback that we got from the community, we did want to give you some more information about what is expected of our teachers as social studies teachers. So, and I'm going to apologize. This is typically my bedtime, so I'm waking myself back up. So why now? Why are we talking about social studies curriculum? Why are we adopting it this year? So here's the history. Our curriculum was last adopted in 2002, 2003. Those curriculum cycles are typically every 7 to 10 years is what's recommended to adopt a new curriculum. Now, unfortunately, we had a market crash in 2008. And from 2008 to 2013, Arizona decreased our soft capital funding by 80%. Which is how we fund curriculum, building needs, furniture, etc. In 2013, Arizona stopped funding soft capital altogether, but then added something in called District Additional Assistance. We refer to that as DAA. However, that was funded at nearly half of the rate that soft capital was funded in 2008. During this time, we were having to put most of that money into our M&O budget in order to maintain staff. So in 2018, Arizona adopted new social studies standards. Then in 2021, Arizona finally began funding our district additional assistance at a rate similar to what they funded soft capital in 2008. And then by now, we have our curriculum companies who've had a chance to address our new social studies standards. So right now is the perfect time to be looking at social studies curriculum. So with our new social studies standards, there were some changes. Before, we were forced to really teach facts. It was very factual based, and it was just memorization. However, there's been some huge changes in how we are asking students to think about social studies content. So we do have our middle school teachers here to explain that a little bit for you.
Okay, so the gist of this slide here is basically in the state standards, one of the sections is these anchor standards. And the anchor standards are standards that, the general standards are, they're K-12 anchor standards. I think there's 21 of them. And so a big chunk of those standards are skills that the students are supposed to leave with, that we're hoping that we're teaching the students while they're in our classes, K-12 or in my case, 7th grade. And so these bullet points here are basically from those anchor standards. So you can see it's a lot of critical thinking, question asking, looking at evidence, basically forming arguments or opinions using evidence and different perspectives. So that's kind of what this slide is about. In a couple slides from now, we'll get down to one of the really the inquiry arc. And framing arguments. So like in our classroom, what that looks like is we do in 7th grade, several times a year, we'll do like a Socratic seminar, and the students will be given, we did one early in the year, one of the topics that were in 7th grade is the conflict in Israel and Palestine, and so that's in the standards. So I think someone said it earlier tonight that we don't just get to teach whatever we want. We have to go by those topics and then by these skills and all these standards. So one of the topics is to discuss Israel and Palestine. So we did a whole week or two unit on that, and then when we were done, the students took all that evidence and all those different perspectives, and we had kind of a formalized discussion where you had students observing each other, giving feedback on how they were participating in the discussion, and it just became like an organized discussion. Later in the year, we'll do debates where we we'll debate the dropping of the atomic bombs on Japan at the end of World War II. And so students are given kind of different perspectives and a whole bunch of stuff to research, and then we have kind of a formalized class debate. So there's a lot of different, it can happen in writing, sometimes it happens in more informal discussions, but a lot of it is just meant to work on those critical thinking skills and get students practiced in articulating their own opinions about things.
A little shorter. So, as you can see on the slide there, we added in information about the inquiry arc because that was a topic that was brought up at the last presentation, but understanding that not everyone is aware of the standards and what that entails, including the introduction and the inquiry arc. So we thought we'd add this to address what that looks like. So on the slide, you can see the 6 elements of inquiry, and the main point of the inquiry arc is to give students tools to investigate questions, resulting in a deeper understanding of the content. So not just giving them information that they have to then store in their brains, but some of the higher order thinking where they're having to apply the information. These are found in the anchor standards, not only for social studies, but also for ELA and science. And the huge takeaway from this too is the fact that students get to gather and evaluate evidence and come to their own conclusions. They're not being taught what to think, they're being taught how to think and how to evaluate and how to process that information to come to their own conclusions.
So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the process that we put together to come up with our recommendation. So this is a pretty lengthy process, and it started last July. So last July, when I began this role, I began working with teachers to research different social studies options for curriculum. We began to request samples, and we began to build our committee and come up with our agendas and our timeline for how we were going to roll this out. How our committee was chosen is our district leadership team. Make sure that we build a comprehensive team. So we are looking at teachers, district staff, administration, parents, board members, community members who would be good fit and who are invested in our social studies curriculum. From August to November, we had 5 formal committee meetings. That might seem like it's not a lot. However, that was the time where we came back together. There were hours and hours and hours of work put in outside of those meetings. Teachers were working individually. They were working with their grade level teams. Most of this work was done outside of those meeting times. So they were also meeting So we did meet with publishers to ask questions that we had as we went through this process. Teachers also planned units and lessons from both TCI and McGraw-Hill. And then we did updates to the governing board, district leadership, and school sites all along the way to keep them informed of where we were at and what we were doing with our process. Then in November, we placed our curriculum on public display and collected community feedback all the way up until today. So by law, we are supposed to put that up for 60 days for public review. We actually So for board members, I have included our official detailed timeline for you. It was too much to put on a slide, but you have that. And most of those documents that I've shared with you electronically previously as well. So this next slide, you can see the entirety of our committee. There were 34 teachers, principals, district staff, board members, parents, and community members who built our committee. This was a very comprehensive committee. And as we began, we had committee goals, and I'm going to have Whitney describe those for you.
Yeah, so we had some common agreed upon goals as a committee we were going to make sure we always stayed true to. And the first one is that we know materials have a direct impact on student learning outcomes. We wanted to make sure we were collaborating to find curriculum that met that will help and communicators who are prepared. Is breaking up, is that okay to continue? No. Oh, there we're good. And communicators who are prepared to meet the demands of college and career and to be productive citizens of our world and country. Number 2, ensure that all students have an equal opportunity to learn by making sure they have access to all the same materials and curriculum in each classroom. And number 3, to provide students with consistent content consistency, within and between grade levels to make sure that our vertical articulation aligns and one grade builds on the next in a really smooth and fluent manner for the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the rubric that we came up with, and Emily's going to talk about that process of how we built this curriculum, and then we'll dig deeper into each of these components.
Can we keep the conversation down, please?
You're welcome to step out.
Yeah, so up on the screen is the criteria that we all decided on. When it comes to how we came up with the criteria, each grade level group, along with board and community members, discussed what is most important to have in a curriculum. Each group eliminated
and it was how likely is this to be controversial. This was something that we knew walking into this committee work, that there was a lot of interest in social. Something that happened in Texas recently. Had nothing to do with the curriculum, but it had to do with leaders within a school district and TCI who were dating, so there was a conflict of interest. Again, not around the content or the actual curriculum. The other one that was presented to us yesterday was referenced in one of our meetings, and it was controversy from 2004. So we looked into that. It has been addressed. The company worked with some community partners to rewrite that 20 years ago, and they have not had controversy since. When you research TCI, what is happening in our community is one of the only things that really comes up as being predominant as far as controversy goes. So that was something that we knew was important. We did not want to choose something that would divide our community. That's the last thing that we want. So we looked into that ahead of time. However, we know that there are some community concerns with what we have chosen. So I would like to go a little bit deeper into why we thought that TCI was a strength for many of these components. And so we have our teachers here to help with that. So as we know, our recommendation was TCI. And board members, you do have the full list of reasons why our committees chose this curriculum. So you have that for you to review. It's the same content that is up here, but our teachers are just going to talk about specific bullet points as we go through.
All right, so some of the aspects of TCI for K through 4th grade that really stood up to us. Emily and I will go ahead and speak on those, and so we're just going to flip back and forth and share. TCI offers the following for K through 4. It has implemented effectively into districts with no backlash from the community.
It is aligned to the kinder, first, second grade standards and customizable for 3rd and 4th.
And that's due to Arizona having very different standards than national curriculum. After customizing the online versions for 3rd and 4th grade, there's vertical alignment that reflects Arizona standards, which means that once it's customized, it still aligns with the grade below and the grade above.
The curriculum comes with very flexible pacing guides ranging from 15 minutes to 60.
So social studies won't get thrown to the side when we have too much to teach. It's really manageable and digestible, and we can do fun lessons when time permits, in addition to teaching it. I lost my place, sorry. It will be only available online for 3rd and 4th grade, so we'll have resources through their online portal.
It'll be in print and online for kinder, 1st, and 2nd grade.
It addresses the critical inquiry arc that's in the beginning of the Arizona standards.
It's going to integrate with ELA quite nicely and provide differentiation for ELL, special ed, and extension opportunities for those GATE students.
So those are the strengths of the curriculum. We have more. Do you want to go?
Yeah. It's adaptable to future technology as technology changes.
So if the student journals are given to us before the beginning of the year, which it is with Into Reading, we get student workbooks at the beginning of the year, then it isn't copy intensive, which is a strain on our copiers.
3rd and 4th grade will have to make copies that they would like from the online portal or use the online platform completely.
There are multiple perspectives included in the curriculum.
The resources are accurate and relevant.
The curriculum meets the grade level appropriate needs to be able to critically evaluate biases.
Curriculum is going to be engaging, so an extensive library of videos and biographies.
And hands-on and immersive activities, which my students have quite enjoyed.
Okay, so just a couple things that stood out, 7th and 8th grade. I'm not going to go through all the bullet points, but I think one of the slides that's coming up later is going to be about how in the classroom we're bringing together, it starts with the standards, right? That's what that's what we're mandated to do in the classroom. But then we have the curriculum, which is the resources that we use in that curriculum, and then the third piece is the instruction. Like, how does the teacher know what the endpoint is, what the standards, take those resources, and then actually what do those lessons look like day in and day out. And so for me, what really stood out as a strength of the TCI curriculum is that it's not just the textbook. Like the McGraw-Hill and a lot of them that we looked at, I mean, it really boiled down to, it was just a textbook. And TCI has that. There's the textbook, you can load it online. I think it says it easily syncs with Google Classroom, so they can do that on the Chromebooks if you want. But I know there's a lot of teachers that didn't want to be stuck with just being able to do things on the computers and the Chromebooks. And so the materials in TCI there's a lot of PDF documents. It's really easy to print if you want to. And so you can kind of go either way with the online or the printable versions. But for me, the most exciting thing about it was, in addition to those written and the informational texts and the facts and all the things that you've been hearing about tonight, there are some instructional pieces. They do have some lesson guides, and all the units really start with some kind of a hook that engages the students. And a lot of times it's not a print thing, it's not something that they're reading online. It's like a get up out of your seat experiential activity. It gets the students moving, it gets them talking and discussing. We did one, last time I was here, I talked about one where we were talking about the Enlightenment, and we were talking about Copernicus and Galileo and the solar system, and the TCI had this whole slideshow presented where they put the sun at the center of they put Earth at the center of the galaxy, of the universe. And so we did this whole presentation to the students to talk to them, show them how much, like a hook, right? And so as we got further into it, more and more students started raising their hand and go, wait a minute, the Earth is not at the center of the solar system, it's the sun. We learned that. And so you had this back and forth, and by the end of it, okay, the game is up, but it got them thinking and critically thinking about what we were saying. And it was like a 20-minute activity, but by the time that activity was over, we had the students' attention. They were having fun, there was some laughter, played a little joke, but then we got into the actual philosophers and things, and then it was like they were more ready and willing, I guess you could say, to drop into the more specific content. And so there's a lot there. Every unit has some kind of an activity like that, and that was the thing that I found was the most engaging part of it.
So more of the strengths that we found would be the sustainability, because since it is on an online platform, it's a lot easier to update and push out updated material as opposed to having to take it to publishers, which takes years to get textbooks through the publisher and to have everything updated that way. The source is accurate and relevant based on TCI practices where they actually go through third parties to verify and fact check, and they're nonpartisan groups that do this to evaluate. And then teacher lessons that aren't part of the student view, which is what the public, I believe, had access to. So the teacher lessons have a lot more engaging activities, has a lot more ways to empower the student, which is something that is missing from the majority of other curriculums. So especially since Arizona gets new teachers frequently, having those sorts of things embedded into the curriculum is extremely helpful. And when you have students who are engaged, it helps with the classroom management aspect as well.
Can you hear me now? Good. All right. Okay, so you guys can read for yourselves. I just want to touch on two of the key points that we thought were most interesting and most relevant to why we thought TCI would be a good fit for our high school students. And this is the last two, the inquiry arc and this idea of cross-curricular collaboration. All right, so the inquiry arc, again, this is a state standard. This is something that we are required to do by the state of Arizona, the Department of Education. All right, but it also emboldens students to explore, to think for themselves. At a high school level, they're already thinking for themselves, trust me, right? All right, so it gives them an opportunity to, when we're creating assessments, all right, so when we're thinking, I'll talk about it a little bit when we start thinking about assessments, of how the students can engage in the material and make it their own. Okay, it's all about relevance. It's all about making history relevant to their lived experience. It's the 21st century, right? So when we're thinking back on John Locke and Montesquieu, I'm going to think about it, don't worry, we'll get to them, right? But how do I connect that to the 21st century person who's like, why do I need to learn about 17th century philosophers, ma'am, right? So just trying to make it interesting, make it fun, make it personable and relevant to their lived experiences. And then cross-curricular. All right, history is not just history. All right, history is art, it's music, all right? It's literature, it's exploring poetry, it's exploring the thoughts and feelings of past generations and connecting that to themselves. What were people of the past thinking about? What were they concerned about? What are you guys concerned about? How did they figure out solutions? How did they figure out possibilities, right? And so this curriculum allows us to connect our other classes. Again, it's not just social studies in isolation. We're able to draw upon the musical elements from our music classes. We're able to draw on our art classes. We're able to draw on the literature of the times that we're focusing on. And TCI does a great job of allowing us that possibility to work with other teachers around our schools. Not only, at the high school, but I can also connect to the other schools as well. So those are 2 points, and then Dan's going to tell you about some more.
one of the things that we look at curriculum, is that it doesn't stand by itself. And so if you're going to choose TCI or any other company, we're really looking at multiple perspectives, variety of sources embedded. So, for example, take a semi-controversial topic such as the Iranian Revolution. We have an American history textbook. You have a world history textbook. You can also get an Iranian history textbook. And I know my students did this last year in class. We examine all three textbooks and then look at what commonalities they have in them, what is missing, what details aren't being shown for historical context, audience, purpose, point of view, looking for biases across the board. But that is also not enough. You need to go to today. Why is America and Iran still at odds? None of these are going to talk about Iran having terrorist organization support, where they are targeting GIs, American people overseas. They're not talking about how maybe they're trying to build a nuclear weapon. So you're trying to bring present day context of why we're at odds and relate it to past experiences. So whether you're using TCI or anyone, you're looking at multiple perspectives. So you're going to use history books from America, use history books from the world, history books from foreign nations to get an overall picture of that historical concept. And that all goes back, which they've said a million times, standards. Our old standards, as my good friend who I can't name sitting in the audience here, I worked with for 12 years, said the old standards were 20 to 30 pages long of content. The new standards are 1 page with 2 pages of skills. It is all critical thinking, problem solving, skill based. And so that's what TCI helps us bring, is to be able to put these things together from multiple perspectives so that students get an overall picture of these concepts.
So we are now at the part where we would like to give you a little information on the feedback that we've received regarding TCI. And this does not involve what we've heard tonight. This is separate. This was from our official review period. So I just want to give you a quick summary. So we had 9 in-person reviews. So they came to the district office, looked at our physical materials. Only 1 provided feedback, official feedback that way. We have an unknown number of online reviews. So we don't know exactly how many people actually looked at the curriculum online. That's just something we don't have access to. We did receive a 150-page report from the Arizona Citizens and Educators for Excellence in Arizona. All of those authors we do not know, we just know it was the committee. We had 27 emails and letters and 1 petition. We had 3 additional emails that were in support. The other ones were opposing TCI. We had 63 total submissions through our Google form that was attached to the public notice that we sent out. And that notice was sent out, it was on our website, and it was sent out directly to all of our families. So within that, we had 6 responses that were questions, no opinion. We had 47 that were in support of TCI, 8 asking PUSD to consider other options, and 2 were repeat responses to emails or letters that we had received. We also have our PUSD Social Studies Committee, where we had 33 of 34 members who were in support of TCI, even after reviewing the community feedback, especially through the 150-page report. And any additional teachers. So all of our current teachers who are teaching social studies looked at TCI. They looked at the feedback. And even after looking at feedback, they said, this is still our choice. I even had one teacher who said, I looked at it with a fresh set of eyes, and I actually even liked it more than I did the first time. So those were the feedback, the official feedback that we received. So we have touched on this, and this I think was a big misunderstanding of how we're using curriculum within our district. We do not put a text in front of students and have them read it cover to cover. We don't have them just answer the questions in that textbook. That is not how we do it. So how we combine all of this information is we look at standards, we look at curriculum, and we look at instruction, and we put those together to create meaningful lessons for our students. So just so you know the definition, the proper definition of each of these terms, you can see them here. Standards are what students need to be able to know, understand, and be able to do. So our standards give us direction as far as what we should be teaching. Our curriculum is a resource for teaching those standards. TCI would be a resource for teaching those standards. Instruction. This is where the magic happens. This is where we rely on our teachers to add in those instructional strategies in order to make this a true learning experience. So just to give you an example of what this would look like in one of our history classes, we do have our high school teachers who are going to kind of walk us through the standards that they would choose and then what this would actually look like implemented in one of their classrooms.
Okay. So if we're looking at United States history, so I want you guys to pay attention to this last part right here. All right. It's recommended this course maximize time in order to allow for depth of content and connection to current issues and events. The course should include, but is not limited to, content from the following historical areas. And I've just chosen one from our state standards. It's the one at the bottom. So Revolution and the New Nation included, but not limited to, the cause of the American Revolution, reasons for the American victory, the impact of the Revolution on politics, the economy, society, and the creation of the American political system, looking at its origins, the key and political and social figures, right? So again, so our process is going to start with what content we need to focus on. In each course, we'll come up with a long-term unit goal, basically what we want the students to know and be able to do it. And that's our standard, right? So then I also have a world history standard, which variations on a similar theme again. So it is recommended, right? So pay attention to that part. Oh, wait, I got a laser pointer. All right, technology. All right, cool. So it's recommended that the course begin with the 15th century to allow for depth of content and connection to current issues and events. Okay, world history course can be organized in a variety of ways, thematically, chronologically, which is how the old school we were probably taught in high school, right? Regionally or through case studies, right? The course should include, but is not limited to, the following topic of study. And I just chose once again. So both the U.S. and the world standards have this connection to revolutions, right? So in America, obviously, we're focusing on the American Revolution. In world history, we're focusing on a variety of political revolutions. In this case, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, and the Chinese Cultural Revolution. So again, so we have our content, right? So how do we, and then we're going to go from our content to, if I will change the standards for myself. So we got some standards to meet, right? So these are the standards from ADE's website. These are the 2018 standards that we're supposed to be teaching. So I've just chosen 2 standards. So I have my content, but before we even get to the content, I'm going to think about the standards. So these are the things that I need the students to be able to do, right? So I've got 2 standards. So first standard, analyze how societies, leaders, institutions, and organizations respond to societal needs and changes, right? So I have another standard that I can use as well. Explain how artistic, philosophical, and scientific ideas have developed and shaped society and institutions, right? So we're not doing this in isolation. Our district comes up with district implementation guides that help new teachers, like myself, okay, to where do I fit the standards in our course of study throughout the school year, right? We've got a lot of content to cover. Again, we're trying to give them an in-depth look. We're trying to dive deep. We can't cover it all. We're trying to dive deep on some key issues so that we can get these standards done, right? And those digs that we're going to create and our district has will help new teachers and established teachers to be able to focus on those key issues. So it'll help us with our pacing, help us that students continually practice these skills so that they have a repeated practice. So it's not just one in isolation. Okay, I did it, Mr. Miller. Let's move on to the next topic, right? So that, hey, no, I'm using these skills constantly. I'll have these skills with me for the rest of my life so that I'm a prepared, informed citizen, right? All right. So, hey, but those are just the content standards, right? Revolutions, right? Well, okay, I got these information on revolutions and how they change society. What can I do with that, right? So I'm going to have some disciplinary standards. So this is how can I use my skills to do something with that information, right? So here's just 2 standards that I chose out of that 2 pages full of standards, right? Construct and present arguments using precise and knowledgeable claims with evidence from multiple sources, acknowledging counterclaims and evidentiary weaknesses, okay? Critical thinking, analytical thinking skills, right? Not only that, being able to present, talk in front of people. I'm really nervous right now. I'm going a mile a minute, right? All right, so being able to present arguments and explanations that feature ideas and perspectives on issues and topics that reach a wide range of audience. We've got a wide range of audience in here tonight, don't we? Right? So using a variety of technologies, right? So these skills are helping us, helping our students to become critical thinkers who can use that knowledge to do something with it. Again, it's not learning for learning's sake. Hopefully they're expanding their worldview, right? So this is how we demonstrate content mastery. All right, and now do we have a keyboard? Or do I click things? Or okay.
If you want to come over here, you can use the mouse. Okay. Oh, it's in. Around here, Scott.
Where am I going?
Around this way.
Okay.
You can stand right up here. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
logged in, this is the TCI, so maybe many of you have seen. This is the TCI. Maybe many of you have seen something similar to this, right? So we are going to be looking at, where are we at? So this is how so if I'm going to examine those revolutions, right? I'm going to examine what we're up to, right? So this is our world history textbook, so I'll have to go to what unit? Hello, mouse, work with me. There we go. All right. So I'll go to my overview. So again, I'm going to be looking at the age of revolutions. So we can look at, for example, political revolutions. Okay, so we have a list of instruction. So again, as an educator, so I'm going to be using this information. The students might be engaging with this information. With, right, the Bill of Rights, okay, and later amendments, right? So the Compromise of 1850. So Declaration of Independence, right? Constitution, okay? So it is filled with primary sources that teachers are able to use. All right.
One of the things that we would try to do is to pull up a couple of these, and as a time consumer, take a lot of your time, but we want to be able to compare documents. So for example, you have the Bill of Rights from America and the French Rights of Man and Citizen. They're both written 1 month apart. Thomas Jefferson is in France when they are writing this French Rights of Man and Citizen and has an influence on it. One is after war, one is before war. The verbiage, how they are written, is what we're trying to have students examine and look. By using the primary resources, we can go through and talk about how the American Bill of Rights is written for a country that has went through this war and now is trying to look at individual rights. We're trying to protect ourselves from the government in a sense. We're trying to say we give the government power. The government doesn't give us rights. Versus the French Rights of Man and Citizen, who's written much more as a societal, a group of people, what we want from the government. Written very different contexts. That's some of the stuff that we're trying to do. He's got other examples up here, like 2 Treaties of Government, Spirit of Laws, and so on. John Locke, Montesquieu. We'll just go past this. We'll kind of move on. But there's just tons and tons of examples of the way you can take these documents, these primary sources, and use them to build skills. Then once you go there, you've got to assess student understanding. And so what we did this year is we came up with a choice board, which was 9 different examples of ways students could express that. Through written essays, through one of my favorites, the, not blogs, the podcasts. The students were amazing creating this podcast. We thought they'd give us like 3 or 4 minutes. They were giving us 12, 15 minutes, pretending they were John Locke or Montesquieu or Hobbes and arguing about different ideologies. It was amazing what they came up with. These are just some of the different things that we had up there. Podcast, create posters with the Enlightenment, how it affects the revolutions, how revolutions had effect on the world. These are some student samples of what they just came up with the other day. Dioramas with written explanations. We want to be able to assess their learning after they go through all this process. It's not just here's a bunch of people, here's a bunch of ideas.
So Dan, tell us a little bit about how would you assess this? How do you assess it?
Well, there's going to be a rubric that you're going to use, obviously, and it's going to have key criteria that come from the standards and our expectations of what we've taught in class. And the textbook company or the resource that we used are going to be part of their understanding of what they've learned. Is that it, or?
That is it. That's it.
Is it?
So just to be clear, you're not grading them on their opinions that they put in here. You're grading them on the skills and the process that they go through.
And the historical context.
And the context.
The historical context has to be correct. There are facts in history. You can't just say history is an opinion. There are facts. They need to know them, and they need to be able to process them in a way that shows they understand them.
And they're using multiple resources, not
Yes.
just the TCI curriculum.
Yes.
So that's where you pull in primary sources. Okay. So we did reach out to TCI. And we shared the 150-page report with them, just like we shared it with our committee and we shared it with our teachers. We wanted their feedback and their input. So they couldn't be here tonight, but they did put together a video to describe some about their company and their process. So that is here for you now.
Good evening. My name is Christy, and I am from TCI, Teachers Curriculum Institute. We are looking forward to working with Prescott Unified as you look at our materials for your K-12 social studies adoption. We would like to share who we are and as a company, as well as how we support social studies as your board reviews our K-12 programs. Has built a reputation for quality and excellence over 30 years that we have been developing our curriculum programs. We are committed to providing teachers with both standard aligned materials and to be able to create the best learning experience for all of our students. We have, not only do we serve thousands of schools and districts over the years, we have also have award-winning curriculum, as you can see, over the many years that we've been developing our digital curriculum, as well as our content. We do serve districts all over the nation, so we serve more than 2.5 million students. All students to enjoy. TCI has the ability to be nimble and adapt quickly to the ever-changing needs of the education industry. And so what we wanted to do with you is share our development process. So this process ensures that materials are accurate and free of bias. So the first thing that we do is we make sure that we look at state and national standards for both content and skills. In order to develop our curriculum, we utilize primary sources, so we'll bring in artifacts and images that are reflective of the historical period as well as multiple perspectives. We make sure that we have multiple writers, editors, including staff and content experts that will review all of our content. We do fact checks of key content, both internally and within the use of third-party organizations. And then all of our materials have a complete scholar review from a wide range of university scholars. Over the years, we've gotten much feedback. So what we do is we definitely welcome this feedback. We get feedback from teachers, from districts, from parents, community members, and many other outside organizations. We take all feedback that we review, and after we go through this, we use that same editorial process that we previously described to go through all of that content, make sure that it's appropriate. After the completion of the review, TCI, if deemed necessary, will make edits and updates to our materials where appropriate. For your board specifically, you can see the document that we have shared with your board members. So TCI has K-12 programs that meet Arizona state standards. As I mentioned previously, everything needs to meet these state standards. But in order to meet the state standards and teach kids and get them excited, everything around TCI is student-centered. So we want to make sure that students are really at the heart of what we're doing. And so what I want to do is kind of show you how our programs are then set up. So the first thing that we do is we'll look at the state standards. A question had come up around our inquiry process and how does TCI use inquiry. So you can see from the Arizona state standards that there's both the disciplinary skills and processes as well as content-specific standards. So you're going to have standards around civics and economics, geography, and history. But then you also have these. And if we look at SP3 specifically, we can see that historians and social scientists gather, interpret, and use evidence to develop claims, answer historical, economic, geographical, and political questions in a community. And this is now what we call the inquiry arc, and you can see that there's 6 elements to the inquiry arc. So it starts from developing those questions to then gathering some sources, developing claims, and then last but not least, taking informed action. So these are the same words that you will see within TCI, again, because we are based on standards. So every single program, K through 12, has an inquiry project that centers each one of our units. So I'm going to start with our elementary programs. They're all built on the same platform, same base, and so you can take informed action. And what that looks like is then maybe it's making a poster or a digital presentation that they can share with their classmates. In our middle school programs, you are also going to have the inquiry project as your unit opener. This is going to, again, be the centering piece. And so this, too, has students, they're obviously a little bit older, so their questions are going to be a little bit deeper. But we have them stage their own questions, and then they will then have the activities where they will gather information so that at the very end, they will be able to create an argument, and they will be able to then, in that argument, they will have a claim, and then they will have to source their evidence. And again, there too, it has students taking informed action where they can, do a whole variety of things, including sharing with their classmates. High school, same thing. These are going to be even more open-ended because it's more grade level appropriate. So after we have these unit openers that address that bigger picture questioning and thinking skills, then what you'll see is that TCI has lessons, and the lessons are the equivalent of a chapter plus a lot of supporting. That's there. So teachers will have flexible lesson options, including just straight reading, classroom activities that I've mentioned a couple times, and then some of our programs have things like video activities embedded. There are dive deeper resources. These are used for extensions, and they are tied to the content within the lesson. So that dive deeper would be specific for this lesson, and then every lesson will have assess with ways that they can, a variety of ways that you can test your students. Within each lesson, you are going to have a specific lesson structure. And again, this is a K-12 program, so you are going to have this similar lesson structure for K-12 to help guide teachers, help guide students. So this is what's really interesting with the kids is making sure that we want to hook them with our content. So we are going to start every single lesson with a preview. The preview is where it will connect with the students and then connect with content. Every lesson will have
Public comment time is over, so please respect our presenters. If you can't keep your conversations down, then you're welcome to take them outside.
So what I would like to point out for the board is in the documentation that I gave you is further explanation from TCI. So not only did they provide a video explaining their process, but they also provided an explanation and a response to the 150-page report that we did receive. And there's a few things that I would just like to share with you about that. This first piece is taken directly from that. They took that feedback and they sent it to their curriculum writers for review. And so they're still in the process of going through that, but they have come up with a couple of recommendations of things that they are going to go into their curriculum and reword or make more clear based off of the feedback that we received from our community. Now, are they going to change their curriculum entirely? No. But they did take that feedback and they are going to make a few adjustments. They said we could make this a little bit better and a little more clear for our students and our teachers, which I really appreciated. I've never experienced that from a company before. But one of the beautiful pieces is that because so much of this is online through the online platform, as soon as they publish a textbook for that to come out, we have instant access to that. They also talked a little bit about how they make sure that their materials are unbiased. And so that involves presenting their materials not only to their curriculum writers, but they also send that out to third-party sources and to university scholars for review. So this is not reviewed just once. It's not a company in isolation. They are vetting it twice in addition to the work that they do. We've talked a lot tonight about critical thinking and what that looks like within a classroom. And this was one of the strengths of TCI. They opinions on this. However, our committee and our teachers, they thought this was an area of strength. They thought the content was laid out and organized in a way that made sense and that was easy for teachers and students to access. And just a little bit about TCI's scale and experience. They are not McGraw-Hill. They are not. They do not do the same scope of work that a large textbook company does. TCI solely focuses on science and social studies curriculum. When you compare that to a McGraw-Hill, they are doing thousands and thousands of projects, which is why the scope of their work is so much bigger. But TCI does have a great reputation for being very teacher-friendly and very student-friendly within their work. So tonight, if TCI is adopted, that is not the end of our work. That actually starts a whole new process for us. So here's the timeline of what this would look like if PUSD were to adopt TCI. So we would begin the purchasing process this month. We would want to get rolling with that as quickly as possible to ensure that we would have materials and access for teachers for the beginning of next school year. We would be able to, in March and April, have trainings for teachers from TCI of how to access that content, how to best use it. And then in April and May, our teachers would start to collaborate and plan. Now that work is done in committees or groups, and we work on what's called our district instructional guides. So when we talked about combining standards, curriculum, and instruction, that all happens on our district instructional guides. So we would look at our state standard, where from TCI is that content appropriate? We would identify that, and then we would work on adding in those instructional strategies that teachers would use to help. And then in addition, we would add assessments in there as well. And so all through this summer and next year, teachers would be working to refine those digs. It is a lengthy process. And then we continue to review those year after year, actually quarter after quarter, to make sure that those are as up to date as possible. So that is the conclusion of our presentation. I'll explain why we chose this and why we thought this was the best option. And before I open it up to any questions, I do just have a last statement that I would like to provide you with. To our board members, you've been sitting here for 3 hours listening to information about TCI and about our social studies curriculum. There have been lots of different views and hours and hours reviewing each one. Just because the committee did not reject TCI as our proposed curriculum does not mean that we are not listening. We're listening. After review of the concerns regarding TCI, the committee has determined that many of the community concerns were, one, out of context, that was included in the text, but did not align with Arizona state standards for that grade level. Concerns were, I'm going to back up. The concerns were of content that was not included in the text, but does not align to Arizona state standards for that grade level. Concerns were due to lack of context. Statements or graphics can always be seen as controversial when you don't consider all of the information included in a paragraph, a unit, or a lesson. Remember, this text intentionally includes multiple perspectives for students to analyze to form their own conclusions. On the omission of information, and this quote comes directly from one of our committee members. The TCI curriculum does a good job of concisely narrating a history that is easy to follow and will help to supplement the instruction provided by a qualified educator. The textbook does not teach the class, nor does it provide additional insight and analysis to help facilitate student engagement and mastery of the state standards. That is the teacher's job. The TCI curriculum is just another great tool in our social studies toolbox. Concerns also claimed that the text was biased. So we as educators are not trying to teach that one political party or one ideology is correct. We do just the opposite. We hope that by presenting information about all parts of our government and history, that the students will become informed citizens that, like our community, will participate in our government. Is TCI perfect? No. But no curriculum is. It does not exist. I am extremely confident in the work that our committee completed. I trust our teachers, and I am confident that TCI provides them with the resources necessary to not only teach the state standards, but to build learning opportunities for students so they can grow into informed, educated citizens. Our teachers are skilled at taking standards, curriculum, and instructional strategies and blending them into quality learning experiences for our students. We are listening to our community, and their feedback will make us better social studies teachers. We must also listen to our committee. So tonight, I do urge you to place your trust in the committee of teachers, administrators, parents, and community members who chose TCI as the best option for our students.
Thank you, Kelsey. Are there questions from the board? Elle?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
I just want to say that as a student who has had education in the realm of just textbook use and repetition of the same thing over and over, and not being able to take action and be involved in a curriculum, it is hard to learn. It is difficult. So having TCI as a curriculum in which you have, as a student, the opportunity to get involved, to take action, to have discussions, to that you can have. It's just better. So I urge you as a student to, make the right decision, whatever that may be.
Thank you, Elle.
Any other questions from board members?
So third and fourth are totally online?
They will be, yes. So third and fourth grade, because how Arizona creates their standards, they're a mixture of the two. So they would have to have two textbooks ultimately. So they chose to just use the online portal.
To support that?
That's a fair question after watching the video. So that is something that we are working on with our IT department, but we are confident that yes, we will.
I will say too, all of the online curriculum can be printed, so everything can be printed in advance to where, let's say they walk into their classroom and they're like, oh great, the internet's not working. Let me just flip because I've already got all the curriculum printed and I can just run and make copies of this really quick. So just because it's posted online doesn't mean that it can't be done in print form or done in some sort of activity that doesn't require technology.
Can I say, go ahead.
We had an experience of where the online platform kicked all the students out, but what you can do is print the you can click a button and it says populate to PDF, and it's super fast. So if you're in your teacher portal, you can click populate to PDF, and it populates the text, but also the entire activity. So the activity is digital and interactive with kids. They can sign into their own student portal and move like vocabulary words around and match it to the picture, or highlight text to do different analysis of the different things. But you can also immediately populate it to PDF, print that off, and it has the same ability to use then as like a printed text.
The only question I have is, could you maybe go into a little more depth on an adopted curriculum and the use of supplements by teachers?
So I'm going to let these guys talk about it a little bit further, but any curriculum that we adopt is our primary resource. And so as you could see with TCI tonight, yes, there's the text, but there's also tons of extra supplemental materials built into that. However, they'll talk a little bit more about that.
One of the things is, say for document-based questions. So you're going to have students write essays based off of documents. It is something that every college wants students to be able to do. Skills. One of the and can we have this online where we are allowed to control this information? The company's response was, no, you cannot. It's ours. Like, this is our stuff, and you're just here using it. Where TCI was much more like, hey, you can do whatever you want with our material. It's yours to manipulate. And that's one thing that we liked about it versus this other textbook company.
So can you guys tell us a little bit about the role that research plays also? Because it's not just limited to what's in the textbook or those additional resources, because research is a component.
All right. So Dan didn't let me play around with my slide, so I get to go back to my slide. All right, awesome. So Sarah, can I have the mouse back? All right, so again, supplemental resources. So TCI, again, I showed you that primary source document list on the website. Please, please, I want it. Yay! All right, cool. No, go back. No, too fast. Technology's wonderful.
Which one?
All right.
That one?
There. Okay, so, all right, so if I want students to be interacting with those standards that I talked about previously, right? So I have the words of John Locke. I have the words of Baron Montesquieu. These are the words of the past. These are the words that inspired our founding fathers. So if I want students to understand, how did this revolution happen? How was this revolution not just an American thing if we're talking about world history? It was a global event. We'll read the words of John Locke. We'll read about life and liberty. We'll read about the preservation of mankind, liberty, health, the goods of another, right? So property, right? So we'll read about these things. So we can ask those students to compare, right? Compare, these two works and compare their impact, right? So having these students, how do these ideas shape American society? How did our leaders, how did Jefferson, reading these documents, how did he address the needs of America, the needs that America needed a new form of government? Monarchy wasn't working out for us. Again, our representation wasn't there in Parliament, right? So again, placing students in the context. What's going on at the time period? Why is Locke writing about this? What's going on over in England, right? So who's his audience? What's his purpose? How is this going to inspire? Again, how does this relate to their lives, our students today in the 21st century? How do they view America as the land of the free? How does the words of John Locke, how do the words of Baron Montesquieu, of separation of powers, of making sure there's checks and balances, how are those going to inform their lives in the future? And what sort of action do they need to take to make sure that those rights and those liberties are protected, right? So we're just providing them, and TCI is providing them with those resources that they need to think critically about what were they thinking at the time, and then they can use that information, of course, right? So through an assessment, right, to demonstrate that knowledge. Hey, I understand what was going on. Hey, I understand. I can take that information. I can use that information. Again, it's not just the information, it's the skills. I can do this, right? I can create an infographic, a poster, right? I I can create an interview, so I can become an interview. Again, practicing communication skills, okay? So they're gonna take this information that's available on TCI and they're gonna do something with it, right? And so having those primary sources available, for them to click on and read the words of the past and then take that information and do something with it is what we're really excited about.
And if you are a teacher and you find that the information, the resources that are here don't meet your needs, do you feel confident to go out and gather another piece of information from another source that is open to you?
Yes. Again, so, just because we have TCI doesn't mean I leave out the Library of Congress. Filled with millions and millions of documents. Hey, the letters of, go out to mountvernon.org and read the letters of Washington. Go out to monticello.org, read the words of Jefferson himself from his diaries, right? This is just, again, like someone said and Kelsey said, this is just one more tool in our toolbox of being a great teacher, right?
Okay. As long as you're meeting the state standards.
As long as we're meeting the state standards, right?
Correct.
So, if we're talking, again, Declaration of Independence, but that's also in there, primary source, right? So.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
I have a question. Can I come right back to you real quick? Sure. Sorry. To talk about the research component. I mean, students as young as first graders are starting that research process. We want them to utilize the internet because it is such an amazing tool for them. So they can find different facts and opinions that way, but part of our job too is to teach them how to analyze that information. Sure. So they pull from lots of different resources.
Ms. Connie.
Well, I've done a lot of curriculum kind of searches too, and a lot of things. Thank you for both committees for doing so much hard work to make these recommendations for us. And it is a lot of hard work, but my question is, what guarantees do we have if TCI is found to have, like is in the 150-page report, what guarantees do we have that they will correct that, and how quickly will they do that?
So what I can tell you is we've presented this to them. They are going to clarify a few of their pieces. So they're doing that instantly right now. So if we have concerns, we just have to communicate with that company. We can't guarantee that they're going to change everything because sometimes it is very subjective and it's opinion that we're presenting to them. So we have to be careful of what's fact and what's opinion. And we can present that to them and they can determine what they are going to change.
Well, of course, they're the publisher.
Correct.
But we have to get this right.
Correct.
We have to, for the kids and the community, and to establish trust again with us. And
so that's why we evaluate teachers, and we have an HR department, and we work with teachers constantly about best practices. That's why we spend Fridays doing professional development. I could go on, and you know, Linda, because you were a teacher. We spend a lot of time about the craft of teaching, and that has a big role in how this is presented to students, how any curriculum is presented to students.
I just want that guarantee that they will listen to whomever finds the facts are published wrong so that our kids get the best.
And again, they're listening, they're being responsive. Where they could have just said, thank you for your consideration, but we're not going to do anything with this. They took this to their editors and their curriculum publishers, and they are reviewing it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So in addition to that, I know that as teachers and professionals, and I'll speak for myself on this, the DIGS process, the District Instructional Guide development process over the next year is intensive and literally, like Kelsey said, this is just the beginning of the work that needs to be done to implement this effectively in our schools. And I can guarantee you that as a professional and a teacher and someone who knows the standards in social studies, throughout that process, any sorts of concerns or issues or holes with the curriculum will be addressed throughout that process. And you have professionals willing to do that at every grade level in the district. And it's a pretty intensive, time-intensive process.
Oh, I know, yeah. Thank you.
So we're looking at this curriculum, but then we're not going to use it from front to back.
No, we don't use any curriculum from front to back. So after we look at it, we pull up our standards. We look at where does that curriculum best teach our standards. So we don't read every line, every page. We pull out the information that is pertinent to those state standards.
I don't know. It just seems kind of silly. Math, we go from the front back.
Oh, you're too logical.
I know I am.
So-
I do have, I think this curriculum is fun and engaging and easy to teach, but I just think that there are too many factual parts that are divisive, that are disagreeable to a whole slew of community members. So I understand that the teachers love the coolness of it and the engagement of it, but I dislike the content of some of it. So I really have trouble in accepting a lot of the material in it. I love that it has all the cute little gadgets and the fun stuff. It worries me a little bit that they can automatically change things. Like, will they automatically tell us if they're changing things?
Typically, yes.
Will they just be changing stuff that we don't know, and then it's getting presented to our children? So those kind of things. I understand that you looked universally for divisiveness, but I don't know if you looked locally for divisiveness. And that was one of our prime criteria, is to have it non-divisive. And I think that it, as shown tonight, it is a divisive curriculum. Good, bad, indifferent, it's divisive. A couple other things. I really don't want to spend money in February if we're going to get a lawsuit against us for open meeting violations. And then we can't spend that money on this curriculum.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that, that just came up tonight. That seems to me like probably an effort to maybe scare board members from voting, but.
There is a
But we're
lawsuit.
quite confident that there's not an open meeting violation here. If this is not an open meeting tonight, I've never seen one.
Not here.
This is about as
I'm
open as you can be.
concerned, though, Joe, excuse me, but I'm concerned about the same thing. Harry Oberg's points really rang solid for me, and I'm not willing to, if the committee, I tried really hard to catch up on everything, because there's 3 of us that are new. And I couldn't go in and look at anything that the committee has done. I mean, it's just, we need more time. We need to do better. And Maya Angelou, my favorite quote, "When you know better, do better." And someone said that tonight, and I thought, you know what? We have the time. We have to take the time and make sure that we're doing better and that we're getting it right. I don't understand the rush to this. I don't.
And I understand it might feel like a rush because you just started the board in January. We've been doing this work since July.
So did they.
Right.
So
I mean, the majority
I know.
of us just did.
it has been implied that the board was right along with this curriculum. I was, but the other board members were not. So I don't want the public to think that the board members have studied this curriculum. They have not. The board members are truly going on I
would ask them, because I do think that quite a few of them had. And
Okay.
I've also had one-on-one meetings with a few who wanted more information about our
Okay.
process
I
and about the
apologize.
curriculum. So,
And-
just to clarify.
And I would say the information is available to you, has been available to you. If you haven't looked at it, that isn't on the board, that isn't on the administration.
That'd be a lot of things for us to start over every time we have a new board elected.
And this has been in consideration since August. So the timing, nothing has been rushed. We extended the open comment period from 60 to 80 days. The
And-
curriculum's been on display.
That was during the Christmas
The process has been
holidays.
followed by the law to the T. There's not an open meeting violation here. We
Not
have,
here.
We have attorneys that are a part of every single piece of most everything that we do. This is a process that other districts do the same exact way across the country and certainly across Arizona. I'm confident. But if someone wants to file a claim, they're welcome to. We'll be happy to address it.
Any other comments, concerns?
Can I just address the concerns comment one more time? Our committee did review those concerns. TCI reviewed those concerns. They did not find comprehensively that they were concerns. Again, we talked about there was a lot that was subjective, or the concerns were about omission of information. And so they did not find that all of those were concerns. They're going to change some wording in there, and they're still working on that. But I think what we need to remember is that our committee, who is experts in teaching our state standards and in social studies instruction, reviewed that, looked at it for their grade level, for their content, and not a single teacher after that said, we change our mind, that this is not the right choice, or that these concerns were valid. And you guys do have the document of the comments from our committee around that. They did address it. We did the work to verify it. We want to make the right selection. And that is what the committee is telling you, is this is our selection. After analyzing everything, this is the best option according to that committee.
I guess I just have, I hear you. It is, these teachers are excellent at the standards. They are excellent at instructing in history. How much historical background do they possess themselves? Like, are they educated? I know the high school teachers, excellent, talk to them a whole bunch. How much historical education does a basic person have? So if a basic education, first, second, third grade teacher, they have teaching history, are they gonna have that background knowledge to be discussing all these things? Like the high school teachers have been telling us that they're gonna bring this up and bring that up and bring this up. Or are they just gonna read this textbook and then go through the little fun activities?
I can make a comment on that based on my prior experience in the district. Once we adopt a curriculum, the work begins when we start to construct the DIGs, and those are the district instructional guides. If I am a second grade teacher and I walk into a PUSD classroom and I've never taught before in my life, I am going to see the DIGs. For my first quarter as a second grade teacher, week 1, this is what I'm doing in social studies, with all the reference points I need, all the supplements I need to go to, and all the personal, historical, social science information I need to teach that. Will most of our teachers go above and beyond and look into that in more detail on their own? Yes, they will, because that's what we do. That's what we signed up for as teachers. It wasn't just to teach a textbook from A to Z. It was to know what we were teaching and why we were teaching it and what was important. So those DIGs, if you haven't seen a DIG, you can see them. Go on the PUSD website. You can look them up. You can read every DIG we've got in this district. It'll tell you exactly what your own child's doing in school right now. In the, where are we at? Third quarter? Are we at third quarter? Third quarter. What you're doing in history in third quarter. What you're doing in phonics in third quarter. What you're doing in reading comprehension in third quarter. What you're doing in social studies in third quarter. It's all right there.
Yep.
And it's all because of a massive amount of work. I have served on DIGS committees, and they are intensive. And they're hard to get through sometimes,
Yeah.
but they definitely pay off in the end because we know what we're teaching.
And I wish there was an easy answer to exactly what they've been taught up to the point that teachers are in our classrooms. Every teacher has a different background, different experience, but part of their professional responsibility is to know the content that they're teaching. And so they're not only doing that independently through their own research and through their own learning, but they do that in groups and committees like our DIG committee as well. So it is their professional responsibility.
Evaluate us,
Yeah, that's an important point. You know, I don't question how much you bring to the table in the classroom. You're professionals. You ran through this very professionally. You know, we just ran through an election that was much like this. This is an extension of it. Make no bones about this, all right? Teachers, I'm sorry you're having to go through this. Thanks for being respectful. I wish ever people would. I told people, I told you what I would do as a board member, and the community voted along those lines, and they voted strong. I will protect you. I will protect what you are bringing to the table. Do you understand? And that's what I'm here for. And I am protecting the kids like I protected this country, okay? Thanks for the comments.
Any other comments or questions? And I'm going to call the question. We need a motion.
Yeah, I move to adopt the K-12 social studies curriculum as presented.
I second it.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the K-12 social studies curriculum as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Say no.
No.
The motion passes 3-2. Thank you for all the hard work, for all the comments. We appreciate your time. Our next item of business
Big talker. No, do it. Just keep
okay.
Ask him to leave if he's not going to be. Excuse me?
Our next item of business. Our next item of business is a presentation on an out-of-state travel request for the PHS Challenge Club. Mr. Adam Neely.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hey.
So
That was a tough act to follow for you.
I think this is going to be short and sweet. So my first of 3 requests around travel is for our Challenge Club. They are interested in doing an out-of-state travel to the San Juan River for a float trip. It would be a total of 20 people altogether with chaperones and students. I think most of the information you need is on there, but it's got an itinerary and all the details of what they'll be doing.
Are there any questions?
Can I move to approve the out-of-state travel request of the PHS Challenge Club students and chaperones and travel to the San Juan River in Utah from March 24th to March 28th, 2023 as presented?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve an out-of-state travel request for the PHS Challenge Club students and chaperones to travel to the San Juan River in Utah from March 24th to March 28th, 2023 as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Neely, we have item number 3, consider approving an out-of-state travel request from Mr. James Torrens, Director of Instrumental Music for the PHS Band.
Yeah, so the band is hoping to head to Disney. The big highlight of that trip is that they get to go into the recording session and see what it's like to be a professional musician in that setting. Obviously, it's also really nice to go to Disney. So they're going to have a lot of fun in the same setting, but it all is a really neat trip for them. So I believe the dates are actually April 28th through May 1st. So that was one thing that I think is different from the information that I have here, but everything else is exactly as is. It's broken down so that we have hotels, the recording experience, their park hopper tickets, and then transportation costs, et cetera. keep it short and simple.
Do we need to amend the item to say April 28th to May 1st?
You could say, you could motion it as amended,
Okay,
and Sarah will take care of the dates.
okay. Any discussion questions? Do we have a motion?
I'll move that we approve the out-of-state travel request from Mr. Jason Torres, Director of Instrumental Music, to take PHS Band and orchestra students, teachers, and chaperones to Disneyland in Anaheim, California from the dates presented, as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve an out-of-state travel request for the PHS Band from April 28th to May 1st as amended in the presentation. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
And a big thank you to our awesome band teacher for taking the time to take those kiddos.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jason. It is work.
It sure
Item B4, consider approving an international travel request from Ms. Catherine Hammer. Mr. Neely.
Yes, so now this one is something that we've been doing. It's these EF tours. So we've had a few groups who've taken part in this. The new piece here is that she's looking to do this as a summer tour. So I have a feeling we're going to have some really nice response around that. It's potential between 15 and 70 students to be able to travel, and it's one chaperone per every 6 students. And then the big things just would be that, like all of these tours, if there's for any reason that they decide that it's not something that's safe, EF has a great reputation and they would cancel the tour. Plus our group has up to 45 days to be able to do the same thing. So from that standpoint, we expect solid demand as we have had for all the other tours that have happened lately. I think travel has been a really special experience for kids.
The only question I would have is cost on this. Is that borne by the students and their families fully on this one?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
though they have some fundraising opportunities involved through this company, EF.
Okay.
So I know we've had some people who've gone through and used that. Obviously, there's, they could get some donations as well, but it is, yes, student-based, yes, tax credit as well.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Any other questions or concerns?
None? I would like to make the motion that we approve an international travel request from Catherine Hammer, PHS International Travel Advisor, to take the students and chaperones to Lima, Peru from July 8th through the 16th, 2024, as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve an international travel request from Catherine Hammer for PHS International Travel Advisor to take students and chaperones to Lima, Peru from July 8th to 16th, 2024 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
So believe it or not, these used to be the things that caused more generation of conversation among the board than almost anything else we did. Years ago, when somebody said, hey, want to go to Peru, people talked about it for 40 minutes before they said yes. Kind of like other things that we've
They
been
might
focused
need
on.
one more chaperone for Peru.
Right.
Just let me know.
Our next item
Thank
is...
you.
Thank you, Mr. Neely.
Yeah.
Next item is to consider approving a new scope and sequence for the education of gifted students in the Prescott Unified School District, K-12 as presented. Marty, you're up.
I hope you've had time to look at the scope and sequence for our gifted education program. This particular format and document is something required by the Department of Education. It describes our program, our philosophy, the curriculum and instruction that we use, how we identify the students, how we provide them social emotional support, how we assess the program, how we involve parents, and how we use our budgeted money. So we've outlined that all in here. It turns out our gifted program will be part of an audit coming up this spring. And as we started to kind of, look to make sure we had everything in order, we realized it was time to bring the gifted scope and sequence back for board approval. This is supposed to be approved at least every 5 years, or if you make major changes to your program. So I'm bringing this to you. I'm happy to answer questions or describe more thoroughly how we support our gifted students.
Thank you. Any questions on gifted programs?
I guess I just don't understand what it is. I see the questions. So how is this different than the digs and what's the scope and sequence? Just remind me one more time what this actually is that I'm looking at.
It's really a template provided by ADE, and all those questions are provided by ADE. And
Okay.
really the part that we filled in is the part that's the district description of what we do. And so it's different than DIGS. Our gifted is a supplemental program. It aligns to the state standards. We use our current curriculum, but what we do is offer more enrichment and extension activities, problem solving. We really have a growth mindset in our gifted programs, which if you know much about gifted kiddos, they tend to be perfectionists, and failing can be very stressful. And so we teach them in this program how to fail, learn, and try again and move forward, and that we actually often learn more from failing than we do from getting it right the first time. So this really is just a compliance document but in some ways it's very good because it made us go through and really evaluate our process for gifted support.
Were there a lot of changes that you made?
No, the biggest change was the format of it. The old scope and sequence looked very different. It was putting it into this new form.
This doesn't.
It's not my favorite form, but I did look at other districts to see, is this what they did? And it is.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
And could I just ask who was involved in writing the district descriptions?
Who was involved? We took a lot from the previous scope and sequence. Unfortunately, our gifted coordinator did leave us in December. So I pulled in Kelsey, I pulled in Renee Steingraber, who does the assessment, and then we actually are using Karen Sampson, our previous gifted coordinator, to help us with some of this work. So I pulled in those folks, looked at the old one, also Maya Caldwell, because this is a grant compliance document, so I wanted her take. And our ADE representative said she would be happy to look at it before the board voted on it, and she made a few comments, and so we adjusted. There were a couple things she wanted us to address, and so I added those to this document.
Thank you.
I forgot what my question was. Oh, does the early college program fit into this structure in any way?
Yes, we do include our dual enrollment, our concurrent enrollment, and the early college program as a way to support gifted students who need that enrichment and extension activities. So at the higher grade levels, we meet their needs primarily through honors, honors plus, AP, college classes, even CTE. Some of those classes are very high level.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You said this was a grant-based. Does the grant require us to do anything specifically?
No, there's no grant associated to it. We get a whole $8,000 to support all of our gifted students. So obviously that does not pay for our gifted coordinator.
That started this year.
It's not a grant, but it's a compliance document that we have to upload in the grants management system.
Oh, okay. I thought you said it was a grant.
Unfunded mandate or underfunded. It's a mandate.
I did mention grants because Maya helps us in the grants department upload it.
I just misunderstood.
And she will handle the audit. When the auditor comes, she will be the interface for that.
You feel good about it?
I do feel really good about it, especially since the ADE rep looked at it.
And who is the auditor?
We don't know yet.
Oh.
Yeah, surprise.
But hired through the Arizona Department of Education.
Through the Arizona Department of Ed.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant specifically.
No.
It's through ADE.
Okay. Well, I'd like to make a motion then to approve the scope and sequence for the education of gifted students in PUSD K-12 as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve this new scope and sequence for the education of gifted students in PUSD K-12 as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
A lot of work.
Next item, C1, School Board Summary Budget Report Review.
Oh, my gosh.
As presented.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore.
You're welcome. We still would like your feedback at a future board meeting about this format,
Yeah.
but I will not ask for your feedback today.
Thank you.
But you also are next for budget next steps and what we're doing on that.
It'll actually be pretty short.
My computer.
You saw this last, when was that? When was it? Was that for retreat?
Yeah.
27.
27.
Seemed like a long time ago at our special meeting. Essentially, what I want you to just see is, once again, in the one-on-ones, we'll be going over the district leader team recommended restructured positions. We did pare some of those down of immediate needs for next year and possibly some that we'll consider for next year's budget cycle for the 24-25 school year. So the $298,631 is a little lower than you saw before. We also did a little bit of a tweaking on our classified placement schedule, which has an impact of how much minimum wage impacted us this year. Ultimately, the net is at 0, which is what we want, and that's with a 4.15% raise. And that's really the difference for your questions. It's not official until we bring this to you at the next governing board meeting. I want to have it 99.9% sure that everything is right on here by the time we have our one-on-ones with the governing board members prior to March's meeting. We still do not know what our liability insurance is, and unfortunately, they're having it late this year. Their board meeting with Kairos is not until the 21st, and that's when they'll set the overall recommended number, and then every district will be analyzed individually on whether or not their percent increase needs to be a little higher because our claims were bad, or a little lower because we were healthier the last 12 months. So that's not until the 21st. So, the other thing that's up here is we did go through the staffing model that I described and looked at enrollments. Teresa Brusso, principal at Granite Mountain, instantly said, right now I currently have 9 6th grade teachers and 8 5th grade teachers, and the students rolling up into 6th grade does not warrant one of those teachers, so that is up here, and that helped offset making our net 0. Ultimately, that is what we want, so that we're neutral with revenue and expenses next year. And that's with the 4.15% raise for all staff members.
And we'll be having one-on-ones with you before the March 7th meeting.
We'll probably start scheduling.
We'll start scheduling.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
The cool thing about the
I'm
4%
squinting
figure,
like my glasses don't work.
the cool thing about the 4% figure for me, where teachers are concerned, is that we now have 2 8-year periods that we've documented. One of those 8-year periods, teachers got a 3% raise total. This most recent 8-year period, it'll be just over 40%. We're taking care of teachers.
Yeah.
I want to be that 6th grade teacher that makes $65,000 a year.
$65,000
She has to have been here a long time.
is a $45,000 salary. We pay 20% above that, so that's another $9,000, and our health insurance is another $10,000. A $45,000 in retirement, that's the extra 20%. So a $45,000 employee costs $65,000.
Okay.
And
I was
much
thinking
lower
we
than
would
the
take
state
those other
average.
numbers and put them in the other columns, but
No.
okay.
That's
Put
not
them all
take
in that
home.
one. I got you. I'm good then.
Math was your thing. You were a content expert at math.
Oh, my gosh.
Any other questions?
No,
And
thank you
again,
for making it larger, though.
Yeah, we will have one-on-one sessions with the budget and the entire district admin team to go through all
Yep.
this.
Those are designed for you to ask any questions as we go through it, and then spend the next 3 weeks or so thinking about it and calling us and asking questions.
Yep.
If you have time.
Are we ready to move on? Okay. Our next item is Governing Board BGB requires first and second readings of all proposed policy adoptions. Marty, there's a new policy adoption.
So we have a fairly short policy services advisory this time. Primarily, you're seeing in here a lot of addition of exhibits. Exhibits are forms that we can use. 2 for family life education, which was formerly called sex ed, on consent to participate in sex ed. We have an exhibit on how we could communicate to parents that we have library materials on display. However, if you looked at the qualifications for that, our district does not have to do this because we don't have full-time library media specialists. And then, so we wouldn't use that exhibit. There is some changes to the policy regarding foster care, children in foster care. Primarily, I really like some of the changes in this because it used to be kind of very strongly held that when a kiddo gets placed in foster care, they have to stay at their former school. And there are many good reasons why you would want to keep them in that same school that they were in before. But there's also some good reasons why you might want to move them. And so it provides some flexibility if you work with DCS and the education institution and the state education agency, that you can come up with some reasons why it might, like long travel times. If we get a kiddo from Ash Fork that's in foster care here, is it worth it to commute all the way to Ash Fork? And so I like that the policy provides some flexibility with structure on how that could be decided. And that is a regulation and a policy change. There's a new exhibit for chronic illness to make sure we're not violating a HIPAA, that we're not doing a HIPAA violation. It's just kind of a warning to let parents know, hey, you are providing us with HIPAA-regulated information. And lastly, there's an exhibit on requesting information. This is associated with the parental involvement policy. And there's a form in here parents could use to request information regarding our curriculum or lessons, and there's some timelines added to that. So when you get a chance, for your second read, you really want to, the underlined part is what's been added, and then you'll see stuff that's been crossed out.
And will this be an item in the next board meeting in March?
Yes,
for
for
us
your
to vote
second
on?
read and your
Okay.
adoption.
Okay. Any other questions or any questions? Okay. Next item, any community comments shared?
I think we've had enough.
I think we've had those, had our fill.
Can I just make a quick comment in that vein, if it's all right?
I got time.
No, yeah, sorry, I won't go long at all.
Once it gets past this, it doesn't.
Yeah, the very first thing on the rubric was unlikely to be controversial. In that spirit, I know that the committee looked very carefully. Is there any other community in which this was controversial? And the answer to that was, in its current form, no. Nowhere else in the United States. Prescott, Arizona, the nice folks, some nice folks in Prescott, Arizona, a tiny fraction, frankly, of folks in Prescott, Arizona, were able to kind of make this controversial. That probably tells us more about the nice folks than it does about the curriculum itself.
Okay, thank you. All right, our next meeting dates, the next regular study and voting session is Tuesday, March 7th at 5 p.m. here. We do have a special meeting scheduled for February 17th to go through the superintendent selection process with ASBA. They will be in attendance with us for
And
that.
all board
so-
members got that invite, correct?
I did, I don't remember if I replied to that. Yes,
I don't think I've
Okay, I think I'll
replied
be
to
there.
it.
I can send
If-
it again.
I might have a conflict on that one. So
Okay.
I might phone in.
Yeah,
Do that.
phone in is fine.
Right.
If you have a conflict and you need to phone in, that's fine.
You'll get an overview and you'll be voting on 5 or 6 things in terms of how you want to run that search, including what the surveys look like, how you do community forums. You'll get into what the posting looks like, what the pay looks like, that type of thing. There'll be recommendations from the recruiting service, and then you as a board will land on what you want that to look like.
Right.
I was just wondering, do we have a job description for superintendent right at the moment that you could send out so we could review it?
The search committee will have that as part of their packet for you.
We don't have one right now, like yours?
Sure, it's policy. We can send you that policy.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Which may be in our booklet that we received at orientation. I think there's a superintendent job description in that booklet, actually.
I don't
So-
remember where my booklet is.
Okay, we can get it to you.
Thank you, because
Friday, February 17th, no students. It's a professional development day. And Monday, February 19th, all PSD schools and sites are closed in observance of President's Day. If there's nothing further, we're adjourned. Thank you very
Where's your
much.
gavel?